This is the May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting of the Chatham County-Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission.
The board consists of Mr. Dwayne Stevens, Chairman, Mr. Travis Coles, Vice Chairman, Mr. Tom Wildwoody, Secretary, Ms. Elizabeth Epstein, Treasurer. Board members are Ms. Lorraine Bowles, Ms. Karen Jarrett, Mr. Joseph Irvine, Mr. Wayne Noah, Mr. Jeff Nortisha, Mr. Cedric Coleman, Dr. Malik Watkins, Mr. Joseph Welch, Mr. Michael Kagler, and Mr. Jay Melden. The MPC Executive Director is Melanie Wilson.
Good afternoon. We'd like to welcome you all to the May 2nd regular meeting of the Chatham County-Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission. This meeting has now been called to order. We'll pause for a moment for invocation, and then we'll proceed immediately into the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you all would please stand. Okay, God, we ask that you cover each individual in this building, in this room. We ask that we start this meeting and impart a spirit of collaboration, cooperation, civility, and empathy so that we can hear each other out in a mannerable and appropriate means to make decisions for our community. We ask that you impart a spirit of discernment of all those that have to hear from the community as well as the petitioners to make sure that we are making the decisions that will build our community for the better. Okay? Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Okay, just before I get jumping in, as a general housekeeping means, I'm going to ask that everybody, if you would, take your phones out, take a look, make sure that they're on silent. In addition to that, we're going to ask that, as you all can see clearly, we have a full house today. So that means every side conversation that happens is going to be amplified if there are multiple side conversations that are happening at the same time. That in mind, we ask that you keep all side conversations to an absolute minimum, if not completely down. And if you need to have a conversation, we ask that you step out in the hallway to have said conversation and return back in. We want everybody to make sure that their petitions can be heard, and make sure that those that may be attending online can hear. We want to make sure that everybody has the same right and opportunity to do exactly what you all are doing by joining us today, and that's to hear and input as you would like, as well as this procedure allows for. Okay, so we'll get into how the meeting runs. Staff and petitioners, members of the public who are participating, our procedures will be as follows. The agenda is broken down into several parts. First, we have notices, proclamations, and acknowledgements. Next, the consent agenda, which consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and there are no known objections. This will be followed by regular business, old business, and adjournment. Excuse me. For each agenda item on the regular business, the staff will make a presentation. The staff presentation will be followed by a presentation by the petitioner, should they elect to do so. The petitioner will be allotted a time frame of no more than 20 minutes. The board may then ask questions of the petitioner or staff for clarification. Afterwards, the floor will open for public comment. If you wish to comment on an item that the board is considering at the time, members of the public that are in person, you must fill out a speaker card and give it to staff. Let me reiterate, if you wish to speak, you must fill out a speaker card and give it to staff. If you are participating virtually, we ask that you use the raise your hand feature on the screen. Do not use the raise your hand feature until the item you want to comment on is being considered. At the appropriate time, you will be recognized and staff will unmute your microphone. At the end of your allotted time, as determined by the chair, your microphone will be muted and the chair will recognize the next speaker. As you all see, again, I'm sure there are several individuals that would like to speak. For the sake of time, there will be hard stops. I typically allot for about 3 minutes per public speaker. That may be a little excessive today. So if you can, try, as we are working up to the item that you wish to speak on, to summarize your words and make them very concise. In addition, if somebody has already gotten up before you and said exactly what you would like to say, please allow for that comment and that statement to reflect yours and bypass your turn to speak. If in the event that the question is properly answered, that answers your specific question or addresses your specific comment. And that is just generally as a courtesy to everybody in here, because I assure you, none of us all want to be in here until 7 tonight. So if we can keep things moving, that'd be great. The total public comment time will be equivalent to the petitioner's presentation time. Again, that is going to have to probably flex a little bit because of the sheer quantity of individuals we have here. Therefore, it is important that you use the raise your hand feature during the hearing on that item if you want to speak on the petition. Once the floor is open for public comment once the floor is closed for public comment on the petition, no additional public speakers will be allowed. So if you hear something after the fact that you wish to address, I'm sorry, we're going to have to keep moving because that is our process. If you are called, if you're not certain you want to speak, please still use the raise your hand feature and or submit a card. And once we get to you and your name is called, you have the option to decline speaking. After the public comment, the petitioner will have the opportunity for a rebuttal to the public comment and then additional needed questions by the board. Finally, the board will take action. That's the way the meeting will flow. If anybody has any exception to that, you can ask staff a question, but that is how we want to keep things flowing so we can get through the meeting smoothly today. All right. So now we'll go on to the approval of today's agenda.
Coles, so moved.
Noah, second.
We'll do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries and today's agenda is approved. Now we go on to notices and proclamations and acknowledgements. There are none listed. We'll go into the next item on the agenda, and those are the items requested to be removed from the final agenda. And I will read those for the record. It is zoning map amendment, and the petition is number 23-001408-ZA at 810 East Broad, 613 to 623 East Gwinnett Street, 610 to 614 East Bolton Street, and that is a rezone from TC2 to DX. And then there's a map amendment of 6 parcels on Durin Avenue, a rezoning from RSF 6 to OIE. That petition number is 23-000304-ZA. And then we have another item, and that is a zoning map amendment at 1111. That's 1111 Bradley Boulevard. Petition Z-0423-000373. And this is a rezone from RA to BN. Is there anyone here regarding those items? Okay, seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
Coles motion to remove items 1 through 3 from the final agenda.
Noah, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor for removing these items from the final agenda. If there's no discussion on those motions, we'll entertain a vote, and we'll do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries, and those items are removed from the final agenda. Now we move on to the next section as items requested to be withdrawn. There are none listed. So now we'll move to the consent agenda. Again, the consent agenda consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and for which no non-objectives have been identified nor anticipated by staff. Any objections raised at the meeting will result in the item being removed to the regular agenda. Okay, I'll read those. Oh, there are no items listed on the consent agenda, so we will move past that and get into the old business. Okay, the first item in old business is a map amendment at Wild Heron Road, a rezone from A1 to RMF1 and RSF-4 with conditions, petition number 22-002-692-ZA. Mr. Lotson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This first item on old business is a request to rezone property on Wild Heron Road. The property is approximately 105 acres in size, and the current zoning is A1 agriculture. This is a vicinity map that shows the hatched site, which is 2 parcels. The petitioner's intent is to develop the site with residential uses. This is a tax map that shows Tract A and Tract B. The petitioner's intent is to develop townhomes on Tract A and single-family detached residences on Tract B. As you can see, it's located here on the south side of Wild Heron Road between King George Boulevard and Chevis Road. This is an aerial map that shows the subject properties. I should mention for the record that Tracts C and D are under the same ownership as Tracts A and B, but they are not party to this rezoning request. And the current owner will maintain ownership of those properties should this highlighted property be rezoned. This is a zoning map that shows the current zoning of the subject property as well as the surrounding zoning, which is primarily, exclusively really residential in nature. As you all will remember, because we've been reviewing this petition for quite some time, at our last hearing when this was before you, the applicant was had a concept plan that was proposed that include approximately 400 residential dwelling units, a combination of single-family, detached, and townhomes. There were a number of issues that were raised during the previous meeting and previous meetings. The applicant has met with the members of the community on, if I recall, 2 occasions, and those many opinions were expressed regarding the impact of the proposed development on the surrounding neighborhood, related to traffic impacts, environmental impacts, stormwater impacts, and the proposed density of the residential development, to name a few. And I'm sure there'll be a number of people here today to make comments regarding the proposed rezoning. At the time we last heard this concept plan was before you in terms of it being an exhibit associated with the zoning. Some of the things that came up regarding this, and I'm going to get into the traffic stuff in a second, but there were issues regarding the access to Wild Heron, the density of the site, and the perception, I should say, of incompatibility from a land use standpoint with the proposed lot sizes, which were a minimum, which were under the RSF-4 zoning classification, which allows a minimum of 4,000 square foot lot sizes. The applicant has since gone back and revised the plan. They've also made a number of proposals related to conditions associated with the rezoning. We're looking at this now from the standpoint of the RSF-5 zoning classification. However, the petitioner is proposing to exceed the minimum lot size that's allowed under the RSF-5. This is a exhibit of the current concept plan in which the applicant has reduced the overall number of dwelling units by 50. And they've also included, one of the issues that came up before was access from the single family through the multifamily development out to Wild Heron to increase the number of access points for the development. So they've shown that here as well. The applicant has had a couple of meetings with Chatham County Engineering regarding the traffic impacts on Wild Heron, on King George, on Chevis Road, which also I believe include Grove Point Road, and the traffic impact analysis, which we discussed at length at the previous meeting, is attached to this agenda. One of the things that came out of the analysis, a few of the things that came out of the analysis were that the most significant traffic impacts were taking place as a result of traffic which was moving east on Highway 17 to Chevis Road, to Wild Heron Road, and then over to King George and or Grove Point. So the choke point really was taking place at King George and Wild Heron. There is an elementary school nearby, so clearly at those times of peak traffic, there's significant backups and failures from a traffic standpoint. One of the things that the petitioner went through with the county, and I'll probably let them go into the details of this, but there's discussion about improvements that would relieve that traffic to include a proposed roundabout at King George and Wild Heron, which would be on the current property owner's property and within the existing right-of-way. In other words, it wouldn't take away from anything other than this property owner's property and be built within the right-of-way, so other properties would not have to be taken in order to do that. But their engineer is here today to discuss that in greater detail. Additionally, they're proposing to provide an additional 40 feet of right-of-way to dedicate to Chatham County for the widening of Wild Heron Road. They can only dedicate property that's within the boundaries as shown here. There are other properties, obviously, along Wild Heron that would have to be party to any future widening, more than likely. Not a traffic engineer, so don't quote me on that, but I think that's the issue here. They're also proposing, as you can see, along the frontage, a vegetative buffer along Wild Heron Road, and no individual lot access to Wild Heron other than the primary access point here and the secondary access point closer to Chevis Road. From staff standpoint, our primary concern during the last review of this was the residential density that was proposed by the applicant, and also the development pattern in terms of lot sizes that were proposed. We talk about this a lot in the current market, and speaking to developers and home builders, it's no question that cost has risen. Everybody knows that if you're in the housing market or even looking. So building single-family houses on larger lots is less desirable from the viewpoint of developers in today's market than it was when Greater Georgetown was developed going back to the 1980s and before. So that's part of the reason why what we see on new subdivisions is typically smaller lots. We thought, however, that the proposed lots were not consistent in any way with the overall pattern within Georgetown. This area is a unique area in terms of having both a good amount of single-family detached homes, mostly on larger lots, as well as some townhomes, but they're all very compatible from a design standpoint. We felt the previous concept plan, again, which is here, was not consistent with that pattern. The proposed plan would have a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. As I mentioned, this zoning, if approved, the applicant would be at a net residential density in the single-family detached of about 3.4 units per acre. That's a fairly low single-family residential density. The townhomes would be at approximately 9 units an acre. That's probably low to mid for attached townhomes in terms of residential density. This portion of the townhomes is about 11 acres. So between the single family and the townhomes, you're looking at a maximum total proposed of 350 dwelling units, which is down 50 units from the previous proposal. We think this proposal is more consistent, more compatible with the overall development pattern in Georgetown. We think this property is appropriate for single-family residential. It's just a matter of the issues that arise whenever you bring in new housing to an area, the things that have to be addressed. All those things through the development plan process will have to be addressed if this zoning is approved by the mayor and alderman. This property is in the city of Savannah. I think I mentioned that. So the issues of traffic have to be addressed with Chatham County. It's their road. The issues of things like stormwater management, potential runoff will be addressed through the city's stormwater department. And so we want to keep that out of the zoning discussion, because this is really a zoning matter. Our review of the proposed zoning to go to RSF 5 with some conditions we think are appropriate, and those conditions are as follows, and I'll go through them here. We're recommending that if this is zoning is approved, that the total dwelling units not exceed 350 units. That includes the single family detached and the townhome, so that would be a total for the entire site. That the applicant dedicate the 40 feet of right-of-way along Wild Heron to Chatham County for future widening. That they install sidewalk consistent with the municipal standards along their frontage on Wild Heron. That they provide connectivity from the single family to the multifamily and through the property to Wild Heron, which they show on this concept plan. And that they contribute to Chatham County for Wild Heron and King George intersection improvements, which may include the roundabout that they're going to discuss with you here today. That contribution will have to be negotiated between Chatham County and the applicant, and the city of Savannah may be involved in that as well. And lastly, we're recommending that the minimum lot size for the single family portion of the development be 6,000 square feet. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, but just to recap, staff's finding is that the new proposal under the RSF 5 zoning is more compatible with the Georgetown neighborhood. We're recommending approval with the conditions that I outlined. The applicant is present, but I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Lotson. Any questions for staff? Ms. Jarrett.
This is not necessarily the final plan, correct? We're approving the zoning, not the plan.
If this is approved, it will be, if it's approved as recommended by staff, it'll be a zoning approval with those conditions that I mentioned, not specifically the plan that you're seeing before you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? All right, thank you, Mr. Lotson. We'll now hear from the petitioner. We ask that you state your name for the record, and remember that we have 20 minutes for the petitioner.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Wardlaw. I represent, we're the buyers of the property, and we've been before you a couple of times, and we've had public meetings with the surrounding landowners twice. And so we've taken our time. We've been at this now for almost a year, and we've come back to you with a couple of iterations on this project. I think the last time we were here, the major issues related to both traffic and density. And we spent a lot of time on analyzing the traffic issues, especially at King George and Wild Heron. That intersection today is a failing intersection. It's a failing intersection for a number of reasons, but even before we start the development, we just need to understand it's failing. And we gave you that data last time we were here. And so it's failing because if you look at the traffic patterns, about half of the traffic, maybe a little more than half the traffic at the peak times is coming from out of the county. And I'm not going to throw stones at another county, but that's just the facts, and that's what the traffic study pointed out. And so as a result of that, we got together and we proposed putting a roundabout at King George and Wild Heron. And if you look at the traffic study that we've provided, it will solve the traffic pattern today and into the future. So it is a solution that we can help to contribute to, because the landowner, William Fawcett and his family, will provide additional right-of-way around that right-of-way so that we can stay within the current right-of-way of that intersection and expand it without having to take anybody else's property. And so we see that as a solution. And in addition to that, we will make a contribution to the county to help facilitate the building of that roundabout. So that's one of the first things we did. And we see that as a viable solution. Second, the density to the project. We, as a result of the meetings with the homeowners and with MPC staff, last time we were here, the board asked us to go back to staff and work through the density issue. And if you look at what's surrounding us, most of the homes across the street in that area are basically 6,000 square foot lots. And so we've agreed to maintain at least a 6,000 foot single family lot. Now our lots will be smaller, they will be 50 feet, but they will be deeper at 120 feet. Most people want a larger backyard, and so that's what we're trying to accomplish. Our product is typically a 40-foot product, and that's pretty much what we build. In our last time we were here, we pointed out that we're building in Bradley Point and in Sweetwater, which are just very close to this development. They're both in the city, and they're both 50-foot lot developments. And they're both 50 by 120, and we do not see that as being harmful to the neighborhood that surrounds us. Our houses, if you go into Sweetwater, they're $400,000 homes. And that's rising every day. So we don't see this as a harmful situation. We think we'll actually raise property values in the area. So I don't see that as being an issue. Now the townhomes, they will be a single car garage townhome, and they will sell close to $300,000. We're building those in a couple of other neighborhoods, and it's hard for those to sell much less than 300. You might get to 295, but I doubt it. And so the product itself is compatible with the neighborhood. We've addressed the traffic issue, and we've made other concessions that help with the future widening of Wild Heron Road. So to sum it up, I think we've tried to do and make as many adjustments as we can that are practical and make it work for as best we can. And I think we've come up with a plan that works both in traffic-wise and with property values in the area. And I'll be glad to take whatever questions you may have for us.
Okay, so if there are you don't have anyone else from your team that has this, okay, cool. Ms. Jarrett.
Of concern to me, as much as anything else, it's the traffic. And I think it's a concern to everyone. I do see that this plan does provide connectivity between the townhomes and the residential area. That's wonderful. I see it provides 2 stub outs to the adjacent parcel, and it provides what could be a stub out to the parcel to the west. I also know that they're looking at Sages. I found that there's a right-of-way called Road Not Opened over on the west side, close to Lot 8. Have you pursued whether you could make a connection to that takes you out to Chevis Road? And I realize that in many cases it may not help, but in some cases it might help alleviate some of the traffic.
I believe there's some ownership issues with that property, and the previous owner has tried to.
Have you tried to?
We have not. We have not. We understand there's some ownership issues there with those properties.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions for the petitioner? Mr. Melder.
Not a question. I just wanted to acknowledge that the petitioner, after appearing before MPC, did go back to the community and make what appears to be some pretty sizable concessions and conditions and some things that are going to improve traffic operations through the site. So I just want to acknowledge that and commend the petitioner for heeding the request of this body. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, our chair is going to have to step out for a moment, so I'll continue the meeting. We're going to go ahead and move into public comment. When I call out your name, please just approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes. So first up, we have Henry Smalls.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henry Smalls, and I was a Georgetown resident for over 30 years. During that time, we see builders come in, and they say things, and they say, well, this will eliminate traffic, and a lot of times it don't work. We have a huge problem with traffic. When they built the bypass, they say that would help us out a lot. But it made it worse because people are shortcutting through 17 through Georgetown area, and I live a block away from King Herod Road. And you talking about in the morning, my wife leave an hour early because the only way she's going to get out of our subdivision, which is Knightbridge, is that the crossing guard will stop traffic and let the kids through. And most of the people that lives in our subdivision, because it's one way in and one way out, would have to wait until the crossing guard start letting people out. And some people leave an hour early just to get out of there. Otherwise, it's a steady flow of traffic, and it's extremely difficult to get out there. Now, you're talking about adding 4 more 100 units out there. I mean, it's unbelievable. Now, I believe in progress. I really do. You know, progress is what we really need. But in my experience, when builders come in, they make their millions of dollars and then they go. Now, we are stuck with this. And I'm just hoping that this committee have some compassion for the people who have to deal with this every day. Because it's an everyday thing for us. We got to live through this. The builders make their money and leave. We stuck there. And thank God for the school. But when the school hour's over with, you'll play the devil trying to get out of there. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Smalls. Folks, if we can keep the applause to a minimum, please, just so we can expedite the meeting. I'm going to call the next speaker and the one after that, just so that we're ready on board. And just a reminder, please silence your phones. All right, Debbie DeBrockner, is that right?
Pretty good.
And after Mr. Brockner, we'll have Debbie Walker.
Hi, I'm Debbie DeBrower, and I live off of Grove Point Road. The quick history there is that this was beautiful land granted by the king. In 1700s, people could ask for a grant, and it was thousands of acres, and people like the Habershams developed back there. And not too long ago, that road was surfaced. It's beautiful old growth oak trees, canopying old Grove Point Road and half of Wild Heron. But pretty soon, hundreds or thousands of dump trucks are going to be hauling 60 miles an hour all day long for a long time. And I have a little neighbor that gets out there and she jumps in front of the trucks and stops them to tell them to slow down, and they tell her to get out of the way, and then they yell they have a quota. So this just goes on and on. And Chevis Road is parallel about 2 miles away, and that's the other main artery for the trucks. And there's a lot of pedestrians on there. There's no sidewalks, just ditches. So if 2 trucks are passing each other on a 20-foot road, and the truck's mirror to mirror about 10 feet wide, they have to click mirrors. Pedestrians have to jump in the ditch. So think about 350 new homes crammed onto these tiny lots, and thousands of trucks tearing up those roads. So we all knew this would eventually be developed, and we all want Mr. Fawcett to make a profit, but it can be done better, not at the expense of the neighbors' property values. The houses across Wild Heron, the neighborhoods, not the houses directly across, but the neighborhoods behind there, they're on good-sized lots. They go to 400,000 plus or minus, and they're built with quality. I call one of them Mayberry because it's just the sweetest neighborhood. Circle, old growth trees are there. They didn't come clear cut that property like what's going to be done. And then there's a 55 plus community across the street as well. It's like a 55 plus. And it's duplexes and they're on smaller lots. And there is a huge need in Chatham County for 55 plus communities. And so that's kind of what we'd like to see. So we just want them to match what's across the street already, just be what's in the area. They could build better and charge more because Landmark tells me that they wouldn't make a profit, but they could build bigger and more and just charge more. And we've already discussed the traffic, but I want to talk about Landmark for just a second. They built Harmony subdivision in Pooler, and I talked with a resident. The siding is melting off of her house because the neighbors have a window that's reflecting the heat onto her house. I have pictures of it if anybody wants to see it.
Mr. Wagner, that's your time. I'm sorry.
No. Well, if anybody will let me have their 2 minutes, I would love to have it because I've got some things to say about Hallmark homes and the quality.
We have to continue. I'm sorry. Ms. Walker, and after Ms. Walker, it'll be Joseph Lane.
Good evening. We know zoning is
Please
established.
state your name for the record.
My name is Debbie Walker, 2 Beacon Tree Road, Barron's Place subdivision. I'm representing the subdivision. I would like to ask for an extra minute. Okay, with Barron's Place, we're on King George Boulevard. We know zoning was established to protect the neighbors, the residents. So when we moved into our home, we knew the quality of the neighborhood. We knew what to expect. You know, you were living in our home 25 years. That property was on A1, and now they want to come back and change the zoning. We're not opposed to them building, but we're opposed to at the level they would like to build. At A1, they can only build 161 houses. We think it's unfair that, you know, now they want to go back and build a tremendous amount more houses. It's going to be a lot of traffic. People will address that. And Mr. Melder, you know the problem with Sweetwater. You got a pocket of the city in the county. So there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to take place. We want them to look at the infrastructure, stormwater, drainage, emergency. So I think that's putting the county at a disadvantage to putting the residents at a disadvantage. The city will come into an area, they've annexed this area, but they're not thinking about the residents around, and their ultimate responsibility is gonna fall on the county, not the city. So we want them to really look at that. Also, with this tract of land, we addressed the traffic, the roundabout, and it's not sure whether or not the roundabout is going to delay traffic because they say, you know, it's not really modeled after something. So we don't know if that's going to diffuse the traffic situation. Landmark, everybody keeps talking about the meeting. After their meeting on February 7th here, they did not come back to the residents. They went back to the residents on after the January 25th meeting. But February 7th was charged for them to go back to the residents and get with the residents and come up with something that we can work together with. They did get with staff, but they did not get with the residents after the February 7th meeting. And finally, we want to respectfully ask Dwayne Stevens to recluse himself because of his relationship with Jack Wardlow. He's worked with him on the Savannah, I think, Impact Development Committee. So we think he may be a tad biased because they have worked together in the past.
Just for the record, he didn't recuse himself. He had to step out for a phone call. Thank you for your comments. Next up, Joseph Lane.
Good afternoon, Joseph Lane. She actually brought up a great point. Y'all charged him with meeting with the neighbors and the community. He did not do it, but I would like to actually relinquish most of my time to Mike Toma, who's going to represent our neighborhood. He's a well-regarded economist in our community. He's head of the department at Georgia Southern, and everybody knows him as a great economist. He's got some plans he'd like to talk about soon.
Did you say Michael Toma, sir? Did you say Michael Toma?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Toma, if you'd like to go ahead and come up next, you will have 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the commission. I am here representing the Village of Wild Heron, a community of 80 homeowners directly across the street, sharing the intersection of Cherryfield Lane with this development.
And please just state your name for the record.
Michael Toma. Michael Toma. There are 3 specific changes to the design plan that we would like to ask for with respect to this development. We would like a lower designation zoning, RSF 6, which is consistent with the 6,000 square foot lots that they are asking for. If you give them 5, they'll be back to ask for a variance for that later on. We are asking you to codify the development density with an RFS 6 designation. We'd also like a wider buffer, a 50-foot buffer, inclusive of the 25-foot vegetated screen that is in the current design plan. And we would like better buffering with a standardized brick fence that is maintained by the HOA. These are all reasonable and desirable requests. These requests reflect community standards as already exist within a quarter mile of the development with brick fencing. They reflect community standards as expressed in the zoning requirements for a primary road for the New Hampstead planned urban development, and they are consistent with what Landmark 24 is already doing in other developments. This is the Harmony development in Pooler that has been mentioned before. There's a bit of a, you can see effectively what serves as a gateway in some of these images here with a standardized green fencing in the background. That's roughly a 50-foot buffer with vegetated buffer. I would like to point out that vegetated buffer will not screen backyards from headlights if they go into backyards of those neighborhoods. What we don't want is a situation like another Bradley Point South development in Georgetown in which the backyard fencing is charged to development, to the maintenance of the homeowners. You see poor maintenance. In many instances, you see varied and inconsistent fencing materials, 3 different types of fencing across 2 different lots. These are all images from Bradley Boulevard on the west side of the street. Directly opposite, on the other side of Bradley Boulevard, you see again that light green fencing, which is standardized. It runs most of the length of Bradley Boulevard. It would be nice to have a standardized fencing requirement for this neighborhood. Right now in the current design plan, there is no fencing requirement as identified in the plan that we have seen. Wood fence would be nice, but actually we would prefer a brick fence that fronts the street along Wild Heron. That type of brick fencing is already standard and consistent with what's in the neighborhood at Barron's Place, literally around the corner from this development and within a quarter mile at Lions Gate on King George Boulevard. We have a real opportunity to create effectively a gateway. See, again, that image from Harmony Development is in the lower left. You have a gateway opportunity for future development in the area that eventually will come on the west side of the street, west side of Chevis, and back in the Valambrosia properties. We have a real opportunity to create something here as a beautiful gateway with appropriate buffering, not setback, appropriate buffering and a vegetative screen, again, that is consistent with development that we see in the area. Also approved for development at New Hampstead. We want RSF 6, not RSF 5, and we would like you just to think about this as an opportunity to create something that is unique, desirable, and visually pleasing for the residents of this community. That's what I have.
Well, you had 8 seconds left. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Toma. Next up, we have Lisa. I can't quite read it. It's Louitsch, looks like. State your name for the record, please, and you have 2 minutes. And then after Lisa will be Jay Maupin.
Hi, my name is Lisa Louitsch, and I appreciate you guys listening to our concerns in the community. I also appreciate the petitioner for maybe changing their plan. However, I still feel that the traffic is something that needs to be addressed. I don't feel that the items that they are suggesting is going to help. I live on Wild Heron Road, and people speed down my street every day. So, would you like to continue?
May I take your time? I want to talk about Landmark for a minute. They built the Harmony homes in Pooler. Like I said, the siding's melting off this woman's house, and Landmark did go offer the neighbors a low E window, but they refused it. But they could have put, this homeowner, they could have offered better siding or something for her. She says that everything's poor quality in the house. It's cheap cabinets, paint, carpeting, the vinyl flooring. Obviously, the siding and the windows are not low E. Landmark comes in, they clear cut, they put cookie cutter houses with poor quality, and they're not equivalent with what's across the street. Harmony was promised a pool and a clubhouse. It never happened. Instead, they put in condos. Instead, when they were 80% occupied, then they would put in the pool, but it still hasn't happened. So if this goes through, they will build low-end, cheap-quality houses and then cause more traffic going past that elementary school. And don't forget those trucks, thousands of trucks, dirt, everything else. So we don't mind it being changed to residential as long as they're complement the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have pictures of the vinyl siding.
All right, Mr. Maupin, and then followed by Mr. Maupin will be Karen Lowe.
Hey, I'm Jay Maupin. I'm president of the Hollyoaks Estates Homeowners Association, which is over off Grove Point Road. And our neighborhood strongly disagrees with the staff report on this project and finding that these zoning classifications are consistent with the surrounding area. We feel that these are spot zonings. The multifamily in particular is a spot zoning. We are, as the staff report does say, Georgetown is a mature single-family neighborhood. We are not a traditionally multifamily area. The lots and the zonings within the city of Savannah that are on the south side of Wild Heron Road are an RSF 6 and RSF 10. The lots that are even in the RSF 6 are more generally 7,000 to 13,000 square feet. The RSF 5 is completely inconsistent as well. It should be generally an RSF 6 at a minimum. It should really be an RSF 10 that's being proposed. Our fear is that with this application and with the spot zonings that are being proposed, that you will see a series of additional applications come in for the lots along Chevitz Road that are a little bit larger in size with higher density developments, higher density requests, using this as the example or the precedent in the area. With those lots are the traditionally historic Burroughs neighborhood, and you'll see a destruction of that neighborhood and the rural nature of that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maupin. So next up, Karen Lowe, and she will be followed by Robert Meyer.
Hi, I'm Karen Lowe, a 30-year-plus resident of the Knightsbridge, Georgetown community, and I stand before you in opposition of the proposal for these 300-plus homes. While we understand the importance of adequate and affordable housing, this project raises some concerns that I feel need to be addressed and can't be ignored. And one of them, at the last meeting, they said they would prevent on-street parking, which I don't believe they can do, because I know in my community, the on-street parking rules, codes, whatever it is, it says as long as it's less than 22 feet, you can park it in the road. And now we have several derelict vehicles, boats, trailers, pop-up campers, parked all up and down the street. And as a nighttime walker, and I wear high vis, and I usually have a flashlight, it's disconcerting to have to weave in and out of vehicles at night trying to get in a walk when the weather's so nice. I also feel like the speed is a factor, and I know people have mentioned before we could put in speed bumps, but again, there's rules and regulations on how that affects emergency vehicles, and it's not an answer. So I just think from some of the issues we've addressed and others will continue to address, that this needs more consideration, and I would hope that you would vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Robert Meyer. After Mr. Meyer will be Mark Morris.
Good afternoon, everybody. I live on Wild Heron Road.
Please state your name for the record.
Excuse me. But the problem is traffic is bad.
Sir, sorry, please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Meyer, and I live on Wild Heron Road, 304. The problem is the traffic is unreal. I have to go to the VA hospital in Charleston every other day. and it's hard to get out of there because we got people coming from Richmond Hill come through there. And then you got, when we do get out, you got people honking the horn at us. And then they go around us before we even get out. It's not right. I'm totally against this whole project. So I just wish somebody could come up with a better plan and move the stuff away. A roundabout's not going to be the answer because it's going to create more of a problem. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mark Morris.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Mark Morris, 116 Bluebell Drive in Rice Mill, adjacent to the Fawcett properties. Current flood map indicates flood zone goes into our property, the higher flood level. And my concern is a new development, even with the current buffer, will push heavy rains onto our property and flood our yard and potentially flood our house. And I'm also thinking of the perfect storm of June 1999, when a tropical depression passed through Savannah at high tide and flooded over 4,000 cars. We could have that faced here. We previously lived in Hinesville, Liberty County, where increasing impervious surface development was causing a growing flooding problem, even with new drain systems. So I'm concerned about that here. Part of that concern is the density of the properties, the density of the development. I'm suggesting perhaps no more than 200 single-family homes be developed to allow more soil to catch the rain. Currently, I don't see any zero amenities planned. What are the cities and the developers' plans for providing recreational opportunities for the youth who will live in this property? Lack of sidewalks throughout the development. I believe a current amendment provides for sidewalks as properties are developed. That doesn't make sense. I see that in Marshwood and Southern Woods, and it just doesn't make sense. Every day I see children who walk to Georgetown have to walk in the street because there is no sidewalk for them to walk to and from school. Back in December, I witnessed a young man get struck on a bike by a truck at dusk because he had nowhere to ride other than the road. Fortunately, he was just injured, but the bicycle was ruined. He could have been killed. All right, the time has come for Chatham County Savannah Metro Planning Commission to not allow developments who do not install sidewalks throughout the property and provide the residents of those properties a place to walk other than the roadway. Okay, Southern Woods, Marshot are examples of that. And this is another issue, another development with few police or EMS services. A friend of mine recently resigned from the Savannah Police Department because of requirements to respond to Fort Argyle Road and Bradley Point with no backup within 20 minutes. Recently had an ambulance respond to Wild Heron Villas in 45 minutes. Is that my time?
That's your time. Thank you, sir. Next up, Margaret Ellison, and then it'll be Clark Namias.
Hi, my name is Margaret Ellison, and I do object to this. Like we have said, you suggested that they go and meet with the public about coming up with a better solution, and they did not get with us at all. We are worried that on Chevitz Road, you also have the train tracks there, and with all the increase in the port and a lot more of these warehouses, we're going to have a lot more trains coming through. We have a lot now, and we are going to have many more delays with the traffic, with the tracks, as well as not having a way for ambulances to get through. On Wild Heron Road, you'd have to try and widen them. You're either cutting down the trees in the middle, or you're going to be cutting down the people's property. Basically, they want the county to pay for a lot of this. If they aren't there, then the county isn't going to be paying millions and millions of dollars to do some of these repairs. I spoke with someone here last time, and it was like, well, maybe we can do speed humps, which are wider on Wild Heron Road. That is not going to be allowed. I did talk with the county. They are not allowed on Wild Heron or Grove Point Road because it's a major way for fire and police to come through, which they are coming through a lot more now. The staff report last time denied the 150, 160 homes. Now, all of a sudden, they're approving the 350 homes. I just see something wrong with that picture, that all of a sudden the same property they can improve differently. The owner still has the land to build on phase C and D, so is this just phase one and want to do even more in the future? We don't understand why such an impact on our lives and our way of living. And what about our rights? Nobody talks about our rights of what we want in our own community, and we're being forced to have something else. And, you know, we're not even talking 200 homes in this large area. We're talking 350 homes. That's ridiculous. We can't do it. The traffic on Wild Heron, I live on Wild Heron, the traffic is outrageous, okay? We have people now, our seniors, putting double mailboxes, double-sided, so that they don't have to walk in the road. Someone was already hit, an older gentleman was hit.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellison. That's her time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Clark Namias, I believe it is.
Good afternoon. I live on
Just state your name for the record, please.
I live on Junco Way, which is right there at the Heron Crest exit to the subdivision, right across the street from this proposed abomination. I'm opposed to it. Number one, when the children get out of school, they cannot get on a school bus unless they have, you know, they have to walk 1.5 miles. So they have to come down to King George, make a right on Wild Heron Road, and they have to walk another mile. God forbid a kid gets hit by that crazy traffic going down that street. There's no restrictions and nothing. People should drive like crazy. If you're gonna approve the subdivision, I highly recommend you make a turning lane into that subdivision, the proposed subdivision, so it's not going to back the traffic up. You make a left-hand turn. Then you also have one entrance and one exit. Well, they revised it a little bit, but to each subdivision, that's a little dangerous. You have an emergency, what's going to happen? There is no recreation area plotted out, I see, for the children or people over there. So where are they going to go? Chatham County has nothing on the south side for recreation. Georgetown, we have a little pool and that. That's for Georgetown HOA residents only. Okay. Also, when you plan on building, you plan on building right up to the marsh. What's going to happen? They're going to mess it up. They did that in Southern Woods. They messed it up. And one last comment. When you're building these houses, are you going to face them in or are you going to face them out? If you're going to face them out toward Wild Heron, that's fine. We can have all these driveways facing on Wild Heron. You can face them in, and you're driving down Wild Heron. I don't want to see everybody's dirty laundry in their backyards. I highly recommend you put a sound barrier type wall over there so we don't have to look into that subdivision.
Thank you, Mr. Mears.
Thank you
That's your
very
time.
much.
Do we have anyone online? All right, then if the petitioner would like to come up and respond to the public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. What's their name? Tracy. Tracy Lee, if you are online, please go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Tracy Lay. I live in the Village of Wild Heron community that is directly across from the proposed development by Landmark 24. I appreciate the willingness to discuss with the staff about trying to amend the original proposal, but I do have concerns about the RSF 5 designation for we did look at a home in that development, and we did not want a larger home with a smaller lot. We wanted a decent home with a larger lot space that we could have our daughter run around and play in. And we loved that Georgetown felt like one of the ladies suggested, it's called Mayberry. It's just a lovely community, and we want to make sure that there is consistency and cohesiveness in our community, not just cramming homes in there for people to live. So my suggestion and my wish and opinion would be to deny the current request of the staff and the original proposal of RSF4 and go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Yes, sir.
Most of, not a majority, but most of the comments were relating to traffic, and I think we've addressed that issue with the Rotary. You get at the Rotary the landowner willing to give his land up right now to allow for that Rotary to go in place, and we make a contribution to it. One concern was spot zoning of the townhomes. There are townhomes in Georgetown, there are apartments in town, in townhomes in Georgetown, and right across the street there are duplexes in Georgetown. So we don't see that as a spot zoning issue at all. The housing that abuts the Wild Heron Road, they will be inside the development. They'll back up to the road, not like across the street, which comes right onto Wild Heron. We will require fencing for those backyards so that you will not see the back of those houses. We've done that in a number of developments before, and that will continue in this development. We will have fencing along that boulevard so that it does restrict the view, and then we'll have fence landscaping on the other side of it, so it'll create like a buffer. But by giving up the 40 feet to the county, it's creating some issues there with how much land's left. So we need to make sure that the fencing is there, and we will do that. We believe that the 50-foot lots that we're doing that are 120 feet deep do meet the 6,000, the intent of the 6,000 square foot lot, and we've made a restriction here so that does happen. So we think you get kind of the best of both worlds. So the other comment was a 50-foot buffer, and I'm not exactly sure where that 50-foot buffer would go, because we talked about, giving a 40-foot right-of-way out on the street, and I think the best way to handle that is with a fence and then some landscaping, and I think that'll achieve the same as the 50-foot buffer. There's no other need for buffers anywhere else on the property. So I think we're comfortable with what we've done. We've done this over a year now. We have gone back to the homeowners. We have had 2 meetings with the homeowners. We've listened to them, and we believe we've done the best we can. And what we've done is we think is a good plan that should not hurt property values in the neighborhood, but actually elevate them. So we thank you for your time, and we're open to any other comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Warlaw. Any questions for petitioner? Mr. Mr. Melder?
Mr. Warlaw, can you speak to there was a question about sidewalks in the project. Can you speak to the sidewalks that are planned or committed to or conditioned?
Every house will have a sidewalk in it on both sides of the street. There'll be sidewalks that go down the front of the development that connect to surrounding property owners that we've committed to, and internal sidewalks are required in the city of Savannah along with a 60-foot right-of-way. So we will meet those standards. It doesn't show them on this plan, but that's a requirement of the development standards of the city of Savannah. So we will have that, and it will be done. You can go into any development that we do. Actually, I don't know any city in this area that doesn't require sidewalks on both sides of the street, and we will do that. This subdivision will also have an amenity package that will include a pool, a cabana area, workout area, that type of thing. Dog park, that area will be there, and it will be designed when we go to do our development plans with the city.
Any other questions, petitioner? Yes, sir. Mr. Kegler.
Mr. Wardlaw, could you address, will there be fencing along Wild Heron? So you'll have some kind of fencing, whether brick or,
Typically, it'll be a fence, it'll be a wooden fence structure that goes for all the houses you see on our plan that back up against Wild Heron, they will have fencing.
okay. And the lot size, that RSF 6 is what staff is recommending 5. I think the community wanted 6. Is that something you'd be amenable to?
No. We have already changed our land plan from 40-foot lots, and our original land plan was 40 and 50-foot lots, and now we've moved all the way to 50-foot lots. You get the same thing. You're not going to get any increase in value with a 60-foot lot. You can go to any other community and look that we build in, any other builder builds in. It's a 50-foot lot is pretty much the standard for what we're trying to deliver to the public. And typically with a 60-foot lot, you get a shallower lot. We're giving a deeper lot, so you have more of a backyard.
I'm more concerned about the square footage.
It'll be, the SF6 requires 6,000 square foot lots.
Right.
We will deliver a 6,000 square foot lot. It'll be a 50-foot lot that'll be 120 deep. That's a 6,000 square foot lot. So you get best of both worlds.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could follow up on that question. On the fencing abutting Wild Heron Road, is the fence going to be along the individual parcel lines, meaning south of the 25-foot vegetation buffer?
It'll be back on the property line.
Property line.
On the property line of the homeowner there. We
So-
will install those as we build the houses.
And then there will be 25 feet of a vegetated buffer and then 40 feet worth of right-of-way dedication.
That's correct.
How tall are you proposing the fencing to be along Wild Heron?
Typically, they're 5 feet. But
5
we could
feet.
go to a 6 foot there.
Okay. I imagine a taller fence may be preferable to the community.
Yeah. We could do a 6 foot there.
Ms. Jarrett?
Both gentlemen kind of hit on what I was looking for. I'm looking for just a little bit more clarity. So there will be a sidewalk on Wild Heron Road.
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
part of our.
the fencing that is included along Wild Heron Road will be maintained by the homeowners association?
No, ma'am, it'll be maintained by the homeowner, but there will be an HOA there, and the covenants will require them to maintain it.
So when is the fence going to be built? When the development is completed or when each individual home is completed?
Typically, when each individual home is completed.
No.
Chair.
Would you be willing to go ahead and build that fence at the front end?
Yes, ma'am, we'll do that.
Okay.
Mr. Noah?
She was going where I think if this development is going to go in, they don't want to see it being built over whether it's 5 years or 25 years. Depends on the economy. And you've got 2 houses with a fence, one without, one has a buffer, one doesn't. This fence is different than that fence. I think they're looking for quality over quantity. And I believe if you could adapt the plan, I know we can't require styles of fences, but you know, a brick fence is prettier than a wood fence and it lasts longer and stuff like that. So I am concerned that there wasn't a return meeting after the last meeting here. I was under the impression they were going back to the community. And I know time is money, but I believe that was our direction or what we intended for it to happen. And I would like to see that happen personally. Thank you.
Well, 2 things. We will build the fence and we'll put it into the 25-foot buffer and we'll make the HOA maintain that fence.
Okay.
I'm not sure going back, we're going to get any different result than we get today. And we've met with them on 2 different occasions. That's more than most people meet with surrounding homeowners. And it was our interpretation that we had to meet with staff and come up with a solution to this. And that's what we did. We met with staff twice on this issue. So,
I thought it was very clear in my mind maybe I'm the only one on this board, but that there was supposed to be a meeting, and you may be right. You may be at the same crossroad, but that effort was not taken, and I just feel like it should have been, because that was the intent, or at least I understood that to be the intent.
That was not our understanding. I'm sorry if it wasn't, but we did meet with staff on 2 occasions, and we have met with the homeowners on 2 separate occasions.
Mr. Melder.
I was going to suggest perhaps that I think the fencing commitment that Mr. Warlaw you're making today would be something, if we get, that might be helpful to add into the conditions. Even though you may be correct that the sentiments of some neighbors may not change with the meeting, if there was an understanding that the development could meet with the homeowners again before this appeared before city council, that might be a difference maker at the next step as well. But I think that those are positive improvements to the plan.
We will meet with them before it goes to city council.
I would just like to make a comment that I appreciate that the property owner is willing to give up so much, and he's done so much before this too for the community. Traffic is something that the city and the county need to address. It doesn't fall on the shoulders of one developer. It needs to fall on the city and the county government. And this is a problem that we're facing all across the county. So I think that the other attention needs to be paid to the county commission and putting some pressure on them as well as city council to get some traffic improvements done, and the state. Obviously, we are a growing county and there's a lot of traffic issues to be addressed. But I agree with Mr. Noah, and I think I was the one that spoke up when everyone was leaving last meeting, saying you may have gotten more support if you had met more with community. So I go back to that, and whether this continues forward from here to city council, I certainly hope that you do meet with the residents, because less opposition is as good as getting more support with a lot of these things. And to the community, I encourage you certainly to meet with them, but also speak to your representatives, because it makes a difference. It made a difference for something that I just had to deal with, so thank you.
Mr. Kegler.
For the public, we are going to meet with the developer. We're going to bring the city in because traffic is an issue. And before this project goes forward, we want to make sure that, we have some viable solutions for the traffic problem. So we'll definitely do that and make sure that happens.
Okay, anything else for the petitioner? Okay. I'm just trying to see what we're going to ask. Mr. Melder.
Could I ask staff to review the conditions that are part of the recommendation?
So our conditions that we recommended, Mr. Melder, are if this property is rezoned, that the total dwelling units not exceed 350. That'll include the single-family detached as well as the townhomes. That the 40-foot right-of-way dedication take place for widening of Wild Heron. That sidewalk be installed on the Wild Heron frontage road along the property's frontage, I should say. They provide the connectivity as shown between the single-family detached and the townhomes through the Wild Heron, and that a contribution to Chatham County for the Wild Heron improvements be negotiated, as well as a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet.
Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate to make a motion
Yes, sir. But prior to, go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Just before we have a vote, just for clarity for the public's sake, this is a recommendation that will be forwarded to City Council. So whether it's a yes or a no today, it will still continue to City Council, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So whether we vote yes or no on this board, there's another step beyond this at City Council.
The reason I asked, I think there were some things that were committed to in this meeting that I'd like to be reflected in a condition, and so I want to put that as a part of a motion, so it's on the record. To include these 6 conditions and to add a 7th, that a 6-foot fence be constructed along the frontage of Wild Heron Road, and that the petitioner meet with the homeowners prior to city council consideration if this petition moves forward.
No, second, but could I ask for an amendment to that the entire fence be constructed at the beginning of the development and not as the lots are finished?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment to my.
And maintained by the
maintain-
HOA.
Yes,
And maintained by the HOA. I would accept that as a friendly amendment to my.
One second.
that is correct.
All right. So what's your,
Can we require them to meet with the property owners? Yes?
I think that was part of the.
I think
I think that's
motion,
just,
wasn't it?
you can basically, if that is a condition with regards to moving forward, you can make an emotion to ask that they meet with the property owners before. I mean, the city manager, I'm sure, is not going to set a meeting until he's got proof that the property owners have been met with, and, but you can make that as a recommendation. But that's what it would be, as a recommendation.
Well, that is true from the city manager's point of view, but also I think we've made that condition before in this body. No?
but yeah,
well,
I
then
think it can only be, if my memory serves me right from previous petitions, it can only be a recommendation.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Well, then can we change
need.
that as a recommendation, and I'll say publicly to Mr. Wardlaw, you made a commitment to meet again, and I'm sure that he will, and it will not be agendized on the city council until we understand that that's been met.
Yeah, you can do that.
Now, that's definitely at the city's liberty and discretion, so.
So there was a motion made, a second with that recommendation. Was it an amendment?
So hang on, so I'm going to bring everything back. Currently, we have a motion made by Mr. Melder to accept staff's recommendations with their 6 conditions, plus a 7th condition indicating that a 6-foot fence will be constructed along the frontage on Wild Heron, and you made an amendment, and Mr. Melder accepted your amendment to that particular condition, that the entire fence be built prior to construction, correct? And maintained.
By the HOA.
By the HOA, correct? And then number 8 would be a recommendation that the petitioner meet with the property owners prior to moving forward with city council meeting, correct?
Yes, sir, that comports with my understanding.
Okay, cool. I suppose since we have not had a second on that motion, and we did not, oh, you did second the initial? Well, no, I was saying before the amendment was made.
Yes, I second.
You second it? Okay. So we'll do a voice vote on the amendment. Correct? So we'll do a voice vote on the amendment, and then we'll go into this entire motion, and then we'll go into a vote. No? That's what I'm saying.
So you're voting to approve with the amendments, am I correct? I thought it was all made at one time. Am I wrong? You can do it the way you want to do it. Okay, go ahead.
You're correct, Chair. You're correct.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll vote on the amendment just to,
If I may.
Please.
There was a friendly amendment made by Mr. Noah.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Melder accepted it.
Okay.
So you really only need one motion.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to
That's it.
confirm because initially it seemed as if that initial motion was made and seconded, and in that regard. But we'll go ahead and just do one.
Right, and if I may, from a condition standpoint, since you're making a recommendation that the applicant meet with the neighborhood, I don't know if I would add that as a formal condition, but just have it as they know that they need to meet and it'll be part of the record. Because your conditions are 1 through 7.
Correct.
Or 8, 7. And since we formally can't make anybody do anything, the city manager has said that he wants that meeting to occur before they move forward. It's just cleaner for us not to get into something that we legally can't mandate.
Would it be easier if I amended my own motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I'd like to amend my own motion.
Thank you.
I move that we approve staff's recommendation with staff's current 6 conditions, plus the 7th condition, that a 6-foot fence be constructed along the frontage of Wild Heron Road prior to the construction of homes and will be maintained by the HOA. My motion also includes a recommendation, though not a condition, that the petitioner meet with the homeowners prior to this item being agendized with City Council.
Noah
Okay.
second.
So let the motion be accepted as such, and it has been made by Mr. Melder and seconded by Mr. Noah. If there's no further discussion on said motion, we will enter a vote. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
And since I was not present for the entire hearing of it, I will recuse myself. The motion carries, and the project is approved with conditions. Okay, we'll move on to the next. The rezoning, yeah. Yeah, we'll give a brief second for everybody to go. If we could expedite everyone that is going to leave now, actually do that and get back to order so that we can keep this agenda moving. That would be greatly appreciated. Okay, we'll now hear the next petition, and that is the zoning text amendment of accessory dwelling units, petition number 22-005883. Mr. Lotson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the next item on old business. This is a proposed amendment to section 8.7, 13.2, and 13.5 of the Savannah zoning ordinance related to accessory structures and uses, defined terms in general, defined terms historic, I should say. These are some amendments that are being proposed that have come out of a process that the city entered to really beginning prior to, but in earnest in November of 2022. At that time, the city staff made a presentation to the mayor and aldermen during a council workshop regarding accessory dwelling units. This is one of the items that has been on the council's agenda to address since NUZO was adopted in 2019. And the purpose of the presentation was to give the council information on sort of the history of how we got to the current ordinance, some of the benefits, and details of how the current regulations have sort of played out. I think it was always the intention to revisit the accessory dwelling unit section at some point. When it was originally written, accessory dwelling units were common primarily in the historic districts and were less common, and frankly, at least from observation, less desired in the suburban areas. But that has changed. After that meeting concluded in November, staff conducted a series of neighborhood outreach meetings beginning in April of 2022 prior to the workshop. I believe there were 6 total, and they were able to get a lot of feedback from neighborhood associations and other groups. With that, they conducted a survey with a series of questions related to accessory dwelling units, what people felt about them, some of the development standards, and how people thought it should or should not be expanded through the ordinance. The survey captured almost 700 respondents during the period that it was up. And so the proposed revisions really came out of those survey results, as well as the meetings that were conducted with the neighborhoods and the feedback that staff got from council during the November workshop. And the changes are really primarily in 2 areas, development standards and definitions. Really the definitions were just focused on improving some of the existing language in the ordinance and adding some things that needed to be added. The development standards were more so focused on categories such as lot area, building size, and height. These are all some of the main talking points that came out of the various means of conversation that staff had with the public. One of the really main points I think that came out of this is that, as I said in the beginning, we do have a history and a pattern of accessory dwelling units in our historic districts, but in our more sort of suburban single-family neighborhoods, they aren't as common. But there was a desire to begin to allow them in those areas under certain conditions. One of the conditions that exist in the ordinance now is that in those suburban residential districts, and they're identified here, that a lot has to be double the size of the minimum lot area required in order to have an accessory dwelling unit. What we found out is that that essentially eliminates a high percentage of lots from being able to take advantage of that. There are relatively few, for example, RSF 6 lots, which require a minimum 6,000 square feet, that are double the regular lot size, which is what you would have to have. So that number has been reduced from 200% or double down to 125%. So with that said, someone in an RF6 zoning classification, for example, with a 7,500 square foot lot area could enjoy an accessory dwelling unit. Another thing that we looked at here and are proposing to change are the building sizes, building footprint sizes. Based on the zoning district, it will range between 700 and 1,000 square feet in terms of building footprint. More importantly, in the current language of the ordinance, a lot of the development standards that apply to accessory dwelling units are specifically called out as not being variable, meaning, a property owner could not go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and request a variance for, a square foot or 500 square feet or whatever it was. It's just not allowed. So we are allowing more things to be variable with this language, meaning that you can at least have a public hearing. You can go before a board. Neighbors would have the opportunity to speak to that particular item, and it allows us to handle it more on a case-by-case basis because there are individual circumstances that might warrant a variance. There are clear criteria in the zoning ordinance in which variances can be approved, so we thought it was appropriate to allow that. The other development standard that was discussed at length is height. We think that height is important as it relates to creating compatibility between the principal building and the accessory building. This is a pretty controversial part of the discussion that was in the surveys as well as the meetings with the public. Our finding was that an accessory building should not be taller than the principal building. But the way the language reads proposed is that it says that within all permitted zoning districts, accessory dwelling units shall not exceed 25 feet in height or the height of the principal building. So, and in cases where they do, for example, go to 25 feet, if they are any portion of the property over 15 feet in height, has to be set further back from the property line. So although we're allowing some height with accessory buildings, we recognize that if it's taller, then it should be set back further from an adjoining property owner. So as you know, this item was continued from the previous meeting. MPC and the City of Savannah has gotten together from our last, series of comments that we had, worked through those and are proposing these changes. This is a text amendment to the zoning ordinance, so we'll have to go to City Council for their review and approval.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Any questions for staff?
I'd just like to reiterate what I'd mentioned in the pre-meeting, that I have concerns about not allowing for height for the structure where you would have parking underneath, particularly if we're looking at parking requirements. So if you had a single-story home, I think you should be able to do a two-story dwelling unit that allows for parking underneath and getting the cars off the roadway.
And Mr. Coles, when you did mention that, as you said in the pre-meeting, I think that's a legitimate point. I think what we would likely do is, if this goes forward to City Council, is that along with the current recommendation, we'll incorporate the discussion from the board, from this board, and let the City Council know that those things are of concern.
I know we had some pretty extensive conversation in regards to the architectural style, and I do see that there is language in there, and I'm sure that we will probably need to revisit that going forward. But I just wanted to have it captured for the record that that is of concern, to ensure that without being exhaustively prescriptive, to allow for the intent of the ADUs, that we do still keep it on our radar to make sure that we are not allowing for a proliferation of random architectural styles that will start to detract from the character of the communities that they are permitted in.
And I will say, Mr. Stevens, is that there have been examples that I can recall under the current rules where the architectural language in the ordinance has had to be addressed with some proposed accessory dwelling units by city staff. There were some things that were proposed that were totally inappropriate, and they were able to address those based on that language. But I understand your point about making sure that language is tight enough that it addresses all potential accessory dwelling buildings.
All right, thank you. Anything else for staff? All right.
Yeah, something quick.
Ms. Bowles?
I think in our previous discussions, I had a question about the impact that this text amendment might have. But related to that, do you recall where the six neighborhoods were where the meetings were held?
I think I do have that information. Let's see. I didn't open open this up. And this is a part of the presentation that was presented to council. Let me see if I think that's in here. So just real quick, I guess I'll show you this while I'm here. These are the areas of where the zoning districts exist throughout the city where accessory dwelling units are permitted.
Okay.
Okay, the meetings were for the aldermanic district, so they were not, I don't think they're identified as specific neighborhoods, but I'm sorry?
They were aldermanic district meetings.
Okay, they were aldermanic district meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for staff? All right, thank you, Mr. Lotson. Petitioner? Anything? Okay. Though the petitioner did not have any comment, we do have a couple from the public. We'll go with the online comment first. Andrew Rosen, if you would state your name for the record, unmute yourself and submit your comment and or question, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Andrew Chase Rosen. I just wanted to say that I support what this amendment does. I think it's, on the whole, a great improvement. My only concern for myself is where there is a parking requirement exemption within a quarter-mile of transit stops. I live out in the county a little bit along Highway 17 off of Beachy Road. And if you follow along where the transit stops are located along 17, much of that land isn't even residential. A lot of it is business, commercial, industrial. So it feels like outside of city limits, there's not really any benefits for the suburban areas that might be interested in becoming more denser or attracting more transit stops by becoming an area that has higher demand for it. So I would really like to see something closer to half a mile or 3/4 of a mile personally. But as it is, I think it's a great improvement. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to respond to that comment, if I may.
Please.
There's a provision that the caller was referring to, that if a proposed accessory dwelling unit is within a quarter-mile of a transit stop, then the required parking would be exempt in the case where they are not providing parking. This map shows the transit routes, transit stops, and the shaded area or the quarter-mile radii. So as you can see, obviously, it's much denser in the city proper. But that will be a moving target, so to speak, because transit routes do change, and as there is growth in other parts of the county, that bubble is likely to get larger.
Thank you. We have one other public comment regarding this item, and that is Steve Edwards. And he's here, Mr. Lotson, so he's sneaking up behind you. If you would, state your name for the record. Again, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Steve Edwards, and I live at 128 West Taylor Street. I'm here to represent the Downtown Neighborhood Association. First of all, we'd like to thank the staff for their efforts on this. It's been a long and difficult process, we understand. My main comment is that we support the staff proposal. We think that restrictions on accessory development, ADUs, are important to maintain the character of the historic district, and therefore we particularly support the restrictions on height and mass, and therefore we support the proposals.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Lydia, I'm sure you're going to defer and say no. Okay, thanks. Just double checking. All right, so that closes out the public comment. Additionally, the petitioner did not have a desire to respond, so we'll go into either board discussion and or a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve staff's recommendation.
No, a second.
Okay, so a motion on the floor made by Mr. Coles and seconded by Mr. Noah. If there's no discussion on the said motion, we'll entertain a vote. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
I two vote yes, motion carries, and it is approved. Okay, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. That is the zoning map amendment at Fountain Road, petition Z-0622-000286. Mr. Lotson.
This will be our last item on old business. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, this is a rezoning map amendment, an old business matter that's been remanded back from the County Commission here for our consideration. This is the subject property on this vicinity map on the south side of Fountain Road. Fountain Road is a road that intersects with Ogeechee Road, Highway 17, and this location is primarily used as the entrance to or a secondary entrance to the Keller's Flea Market. This is the subject property. I should mention there's also some residential properties on the curve of Fountain Road that use it for access as well. This is a tax map that shows the property in question. This property is 2.17 acres in size. It is undeveloped, as are the properties on both the east and west side of the subject property. This is a zoning map. Here, as you can see, the property is zoned in the RA zoning designation, which is a common designation in the unincorporated area for undeveloped properties. There's been a number of changes, and you've seen a lot of them come before you in this part of Highway 17. It is growing fairly rapidly. The businesses on the frontage here are developing. They include a heavy equipment sales and rental business. In this location now, there is an automatic car wash, retail store at this location, and of course the Keller's Flea Market is here. The applicant had requested to rezone the property to the B business zoning designation, which is the same as the properties on the north side of Fountain Road. Speaking of on Fountain Road, as I mentioned, there are a couple of residential uses on the road that use it for access, but everything beyond this residence going east on Fountain Road is really almost zero trips, other than when Keller's Flea Market is open right here. So these properties are probably not seen by many people unless you're driving by on a Saturday if you're going to the flea market. The applicant is the owner of a asphalt paving company, and his intention is to store some of his vehicles and equipment on the site. One of the things that the county was concerned about was if the property could be properly buffered in consideration of the fact that you do have some heavier commercial uses on the north side of Fountain Road, but also some residences on the south side of Fountain Road. So we went back and looked at the buffer requirements. So we're going to talk about that in just a second, but let me show you also the street views. So this is the entrance to Fountain Road from Ogeechee, going into Fountain Road here. That's the dollar store that I mentioned earlier. So this is going south on Fountain Road toward the residences on the curve. This is as you turn the curve and head toward the subject property and Keller's Flea Market on Fountain Road. And this is east on Fountain Road. Subject site is on the right. There is no through traffic, as I mentioned, other than if you're going to the flea market, which that entrance is here. The applicant also provided us this aerial imagery done by a drone to show the adjacent properties. This is the heavy equipment sales and business that I mentioned earlier. And this is giving some context to the overall site across from Fountain Road. That's the auto car wash location right there. This is some context that shows you Fountain Road here and the proposed site here. So it is very isolated from any of the residences, and it's somewhat isolated even from the businesses on the north side of Fountain Road because you have a pretty substantial tree buffer and the stormwater feature on that site. What our finding was that this property could be properly buffered from adjacent properties by using what's known in the county ordinance as a type E buffer. A type E buffer consists of an 8-foot fence and a 40-foot preserved vegetative width adjacent to residentially zoned districts. So what that would mean for this property is that the properties to the east, west, and south are all zoned residential. So that 40-foot preserved width would be required at a minimum adjacent to those properties, and then an 8-foot fence would be required to be installed. We find that with those changes, the proposed district can be accommodated on this site. We also find that it's unlikely to be developed residentially with the changes that have occurred here of late. There also is a lack of water and sewer services for this site. So we think the proposed zoning with those conditions can be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Lotson. Any questions for staff? Mr. Noah?
This has been going on for a while now. Have we had any additional comments from neighbors?
We have not. We've notified the neighbors in the vicinity. We have not had any comments.
Anything else for staff? Okay. Hearing none, would the petitioner like to submit comment? Is the petitioner present? Okay. I'm assuming no. So are there any members of the public that wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Well, we'll move into the board discussion and or making a motion.
Coles make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
No, a second.
We have a motion on the floor made by Mr. Coles and seconded by Mr. Noah to approve staff's recommendation. Any discussion? All right, we'll enter a vote. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Motion carries and it is approved. So we'll move into the next section of the agenda, that is the regular business. We'll go to the item that is the special use permit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to need to recuse myself on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Notrika. This is at 2602 Whitaker Street, petition number 23-000865-ZA, restaurant with alcohol sales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is a special use permit request. The petitioner is proposing to operate a restaurant with on-site alcohol consumption in a TC1 zoning district, which requires special use approval by the City of Savannah, City Council. The subject property is located on Whitaker Street between West 42nd Street and West 41st Street. The site is approximately 1/3 of an acre in size. And is an existing nonconformity due to the fact that both a commercial building, which is the intended business, and an occupied residential duplex exist on the same property. This is a tax map that shows the parcel in question. You can see the outline of the two buildings that are currently on the site. The commercial building, which is on the frontage of Whitaker Street, was originally constructed in 1915 and substantially renovated in 2006. The petitioner is proposing a significant renovation as well. The duplex was built in 1935 and it was substantially renovated in 1960. The owner has indicated that application has been made to the city of Savannah to convert the duplex from a full-time residence to a short-term vacation rental. The petitioner's intent is to convert the commercial building into the restaurant bar, thereby the proposed permit request for alcohol sales at this location, the building on the frontage of Whitaker. And this is a rendering of the proposed renovation. As I mentioned, the site is unique due to the multiple structures being on a single site. This is a non-conforming condition that existed prior to zoning in Savannah. The closest concentration of residential dwellings is here, northwest of the subject property. There are a number of commercial buildings in this area. The only other building within the block is a commercial building. The buildings on the south side of West 43rd Street are commercial. The buildings immediately across Whitaker, as well as southwest on Whitaker are commercial buildings as well. But the uniqueness of the site really is part of the concern that staff has had with the proposed use. As was mentioned in the pre-meeting, there's a number of sort of entertainment uses in the area. This site up here is the site of the Starling Yard. So there are times in which there's a significant influx of people into this neighborhood based on when events are taking place at these various locations. The building located just south of here is also proposed to be a future restaurant use. There's an existing use here, also immediately across the street from the duplex. So it's certainly an area that's enjoyed a lot of adaptive reuse of buildings and an increase in the number of active commercial uses in the area. The comprehensive plan identifies the property as traditional commercial in terms of land use. That designation is typical along the north-south corridors in the streetcar district, streets like Whitaker, Drayton Bull, etc. Generally, commercial uses have frontage on the primary corridors in this area, and they're generally residential uses on the east-west streets. Often, based on the development pattern, the east-west streets end up being the place that the off-street need for parking is satisfied for many of the commercial uses that do not provide off-street parking. The proposed use of the subject property is to be open for business during 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and noon to midnight on Sundays. Those hours were proposed in the original application. My understanding is that the applicant may have an alternative suggestion for those hours in today's meeting. The on-street parking demand does increase significantly during nights when events are taking place in the area. This is not an uncommon scenario in the streetcar district. It is an area where people realize, I think, that walking is going to be part of getting to events like this. But this property is an existing non-conforming situation and cannot supply the needed parking off-street. However, for the record, it does meet the requirement because there are, some parking spaces are grandfathered, and then there are special provisions within the streetcar district for buildings 3,000 square feet or less in terms of parking exemption. So it's not really a matter of this use not meeting the technical parking requirement. It's really a matter of what the need is and how that overflow could impact adjoining areas. In review of the circumstances and the special use criteria, it appears that the proposed use may create a level of land use intensity that might not be able to be accommodated without creating off-site impacts. The hours of operation, the parking scenario, we find could have impacts on the residents that are in the area as well as existing businesses. The current TC1 zoning district is meant for commercial uses that mix well with non-residential uses. Staff finds that it is likely to have off-site impacts and is therefore incompatible with that intent of the ordinance. We're recommending denial of the special use request, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Questions for staff? Yeah. Ms. Jarrett?
Isn't Trupial located across the street?
I'm sorry?
Is Trupial located across the street?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And Trupial has a drink permit, alcohol permit, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Mr. Noah?
And today is strictly for the alcohol sales, am I correct?
Well, today's request is a special use permit for the use,
Of the
which
restaurant?
includes
Okay.
the sale of alcohol. So let me say this, is that what's being requested is a special use permit for a restaurant with alcohol sales. So if that is, whatever happens with that today, that's what the city council will hear. In a separate action, they'll have to request an alcohol license from the city.
If they were just requesting to be a restaurant, would they be here?
That does not require special use approval.
That was where I was going with the question.
Okay.
So it's not a point of whether it fits, it's strictly the alcohol sales, is what I'm hearing. Because they wouldn't be here, they're here because of the alcohol sales.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So from my understanding, by right, they could have a restaurant, but with special use would come in, like you said, with
Which
alcohol
is
sales.
why I would need to hear the reason that staff feels that alcohol sales is inappropriate
Well,
at this location.
Let me say this, from our standpoint, is that's what they're required to ask for per the ordinance, but our review is not really about the alcohol sales. It's about the impact of the use, which is a live music venue, bar, restaurant, that could take place on the site. I
But
mean,
they
there
could-
are restaurants, types of restaurants that have less impact than others.
But they could do that anyway with their zoning. They could have live music restaurant without the alcohol sales.
Yes, they could.
And Victory North has alcohol sales as well, correct?
They do, yes.
Okay.
Any further questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. We'll now hear from the petitioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Josh Yellen here today representing Suzanne Warner-Cross, who's the owner of the Jinx, and this will be the Jinx 2.0 on Whitaker. Just bear with me for 1 second. And I do have, and it was in the record, but we did receive about 207 letters of support. I think more were coming in even today. I think people were very excited about this project and excited to see how the Jinx would be coming back, particularly in this location. And so what I'm showing you on the screen today is the current state of this property at 2602 Whitaker Street. Kevin Rose is here as well, I should mention. He's the project architect, and it's important to note that this site has already gone through the approval process with the Historic Preservation Commission. And so these plans have been approved for exactly the restaurant establishment that we are seeking approval for today. And as was mentioned, this approval is for a special use approval for a restaurant with alcohol-related sales. And our surroundings in this area, or before we get to the surroundings, I do want to stress that this is a restaurant. This is not showing up very clearly, but this is the menu for the establishment. They are building out a full kitchen on site with a full food menu that will be in effect. As a restaurant, as has been mentioned before in front of this commission, you are required to meet certain sales, 50.1% of revenue coming from food sales, with the rest being allowed from alcohol. And so this is being licensed as a restaurant in this location with the menu as proposed. And we do think that the location here is important to mention. This is the overhead, similar to what Mr. Lotson showed you before, but we are located right here. There is a restaurant behind us, a restaurant across the street, a proposed restaurant across the street, an event venue, another restaurant, and the restaurant supply store. Heavily food-oriented in this area. I know that there was some discussion that there is this existing duplex immediately adjacent to the site. If you open up the letters of support, the actual tenants of that duplex wrote in because they are thrilled by this petition and are excited to be living next to this establishment. So the applicant here did her homework, met with the appropriate parties. We've also gone out and had a neighborhood meeting with the Thomas Square Neighborhood Association. That occurred about 2 weeks ago. The general feedback from the community was also in support of this application, and there is a letter from the Thomas Square Neighborhood Association as well that was provided to you today that notes the community association's support of this request. Some of what was discussed previously and the impacts that we don't believe will actually come to effect from this property are related to the parking for this site. I know that in this area, parking is a concern not just for this property, but for all properties. But we did reach out to the city of Savannah. We have received a zoning confirmation letter, which notes that because of the grandfathered use of this property, because this site used to be, I think the most recent use was an iron forging sign shop. I think I'm gonna adequately describe that. But because of that use, only 2 parking spaces would actually be required for this site under the city of Savannah's ordinance. What was not shown to you is the parking plan. We do have 5 spaces in the rear, along with dedicated moped and bicycle parking. There'll be additional bicycle parking in the front of the property. We know that tandem parking is frowned upon in the city of Savannah for customers, but we do want to take advantage of this site to use it for employee parking, because we know that if there are going to be employees there from opening till shutdown, they can have some dedicated parking that's not necessarily needed to meet our parking requirement, but as an added benefit to give them those spaces. What's not shown on this plan is that there is an existing driveway where my cursor is that's used for the duplex. We are not impacting their parking in any way. They will continue to have the parking that's currently dedicated to them at this site. So we do believe that this is an appropriate location for a restaurant with alcohol sales. We do believe that know that we've met the parking requirements under the ordinance. And we know that we are not the first restaurant with alcohol sales to come before you with a similar request. Just in 2020, and this is the staff report for the restaurant immediately across the street, which is the Garage at Victory North. They are about a similar size to ours. They're about 2,600 square feet, I want to say, but also no on-site parking, purpose-built commercial building, but with a very different staff report noting that this is a commercial area and this is a commercial use that is in keeping with the area. And in keeping with that theme about being an important member of the community and about being respective and responsible to the community, I know that we have met with the neighborhood association and we have met with the community to discuss the hours of operation. And we were discussing prior to this meeting, and I'm apologizing that we did not bring this to you beforehand, but we were proposing to limit the hours of operation, different from what was shown in the staff report, so that Sunday through Thursday, the operations would shut down at midnight, and then Friday, Saturday at 1 a.m. We believe that this would be the responsible thing to do, but also knowing that with other applicants, Lone Wolf being the most recent example, if we're doing a great job and the impact is negligible, we know that we can always come back before this board or to the ZBA for a variance from that standard. And so we are happy to impose those limitations now and hopefully can come back in the future once things have been going really great at this location to try and get an extension of those hours if that's what the community and what the applicant wants. And so in that, we do believe that this is a great spot for this location, a great spot for the drinks. I know that there are numerous members of the public here who would like to speak to this. as testament by the 207 letters of support. So we would appreciate your approval of this item for a recommendation for approval for alcohol sales in connection with the restaurant at 2602 Whitaker Street. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I know that Suzanne, the owner, is here as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeller. Did the owner want to speak at this moment as the petitioner, or, okay?
Hi, I'm Suzanne Warnacross. I am a local Savannah resident who grew up here. I'm also a local business owner. I have 2 small businesses near the city market area currently, and I'm the owner of the Jinx. For those of you that don't know, we were located at 127 West Congress Street. We opened in 2003. We enjoyed almost 17 years of a wonderful time there with a really exemplary, excellent record, very low incidents at our club. We did host a lot of local bands, as well as touring bands, not just regionally, but nationally, as well as internationally. A lot of that touring route has kind of gone away since we closed. Bands that would not normally stop in Savannah did, and now we're not here. So we were really excited for a new location. When the pandemic came down, we were kind of forced out of that spot due to mandatory closure by the governor and unable to pay the rent. Very sad, but in hindsight, we're really looking forward to this new location. We feel that a lot of our patrons live in that area of town. They don't really want to fight their way downtown with the traffic and would be, walking and biking to this location. What am I forgetting? Let's see. Sorry. I guess that's about it. This is a little bit of a different kind of version of the Jinx. I was the sole owner at the previous location, but with very loyal, longtime employees that have been with me since day one. I will be bringing 2 of them in as business partners on this venture. And I must mention, we would not be able to do this if we were not, we were granted the Shuttered Venues Operators Grant by the SBA. I think primarily as being a female business owner helped us in that regard. And we've seen support from all over the country of people really wanting us to be back in Savannah. We have very, very loyal, many local patrons, and we all miss our home. So we're hoping that we can get approved in the site, and we're looking forward to being good neighbors in this new area.
All right.
Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for the petitioner?
I have a
Ms.
question
Jarrett.
for the architect. I just wanted to find out about the impact to the trees on site, whether the elevation of the roof line is going to affect those lovely live oaks you have.
It's Kevin Rose, architect for the project. We're going to do everything we can to save those trees. They actually had vehicles parked on top of them for 6, 7 years. So.
Understood, but if you have to trim them,
But we're going to, there'll be an arborist involved, and we'll make sure that that's treated with care.
wanted to make sure you had an arborist.
Thank you for
on board.
noticing, by the way, Karen.
Thank you. If there's no further questions for the petitioner,
Excuse me, Chairman, sorry.
Mr. Melder.
This may have been stated before. What will be is there a projected occupancy of the building?
The projected occupancy is roughly around 200 people, depending on how it's configured. Most of the time, it will be operating as kind of a small neighborhood restaurant place with drinks. When the shows happen, we'll have probably up to 250 people. But occupancy would normally be hovering around 50.
Thank you.
Okay, if nothing else for the petitioner, we have quite a few comment cards, some in support, some not, most in support, some not in support. So we are going to, for the sake of time, we are going to limit the time frame. So if you would, get your thoughts together, get them out. that'd be greatly appreciated. But I will allow for, I think we're gonna have to trim this down to 1 minute if we're gonna actually make this work, because I've got about 20 cards, and that's obviously 20 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start with those that are in favor. Before I start, if I can, don't hate to put you on the spot, but Patrice Ritchie? Patrick? Oh, it looks like Patrice. Oh, so you're in support? Okay, yeah, I just didn't get that on here. All right, thank you. I guess if that's the case, if you want to speak still, we can allow for you to go ahead and submit your comment at this time. 1 minute, sir. And state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick Ritchie, and I moved here from Cleveland, Ohio, about 2 years ago. And I was a part of a thriving music community there. I'm a bass player, and music is my canvas and how I relate. It's my art. And since I moved here, I felt that I haven't been able to communicate in this way because something is missing from Savannah, and it's the Jinx. I heard about it when I got here, and I've been waiting for it to come back. I need it back. Please.
All right, thank you. All right, Jason Combs, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Jason Combs, and I'm here representing the Neighborhood Association, so I hope you'll let me finish this letter that's been cut down from what I sent, even if I go a little over.
No, if we can keep it at a minute, that'd be great.
I'll go quick.
It.
Maybe some people will drop out if I cover their points. As correctly referenced in the staff report, the applicants appeared at the general community meeting of the Thomas Square Neighborhood Association on April 18th, 2023. Along with explaining their upcoming appearance at the MPC for a special use permit for alcohol, the applicants also explained their physical plans for the property in question, currently derelict, and how they anticipate operating the business. These plans, including the expected hours of operation and hosting of live events, were met with general approval. Worth noting, a majority of attendees were familiar with the previous incarnation of the Jinx. Concern was expressed more generally about parking in the neighborhood as new businesses continue to open, though not specifically in regard to this applicant. It was explained that this proposed use has met the requirements for off-street parking. Subsequently, the board has voted 7-1 in favor with 1 abstention, because he's the architect, to support the Jinx pursuit of the special use permit and its relocation to the neighborhood. In this action, we join hundreds of Savannah citizens who have already written letters of support. Reading the staff report, it would seem the staff has concerns greater than those of most that reside in the neighborhood. In regard to noise and hours of operation, the previous incarnation of the Jinx was known to be fastidious in its adherence to city codes.
1 second, Mr. Combs. I'm just giving you a heads up. I'm gonna actually, 2 of your peers have forfeited their time to you, yielded your time to you, so I'll allow for 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Those that will be responsible for this new incarnation are the same individuals that were in charge of the old. In addition to their history of being responsible operators, they have made it known that they intend to be good neighbors at this new location. If there are any doubts about this, we would ask that they be given a trial period similar to what was done with the Lone Wolf Lounge, which itself is currently more embedded in the residential fabric of the neighborhood than this applicant would be. As to parking, as has been stated, the applicant meets the requirements for the use of this property for off-street parking spaces. However, as we have seen many times before, the request for a special use permit for alcohol seems to open up the questioning of this parking again, but in a much more arbitrary and capricious manner. It is very difficult for a business, and especially a small business, to navigate such a permission structure. Yes, there are growing demands for parking in the area, but no, this area-wide issue should not be dealt with only when a special use permit triggers an MPC staff report in contradiction of parking mandates that would be otherwise required. The board of the Thomas Square Neighborhood Association would like to suggest providing more on-street parking for the entire neighborhood by looking at Drayton and Whitaker Streets, at least between 37th and Victory. Here they have far more capacity than is needed, which leads to speeding and reckless driving. Consider allowing on-street parking on one or both by taking a lane of traffic away, either permanently or only on nights and weekends. This move would serve double duty by providing more parking and pacifying the flow of traffic, especially at times when there is more pedestrian activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. And you beat the time.
Good.
Tony Beasley, that was you? Okay, just want to make sure. And I can't quite make out this. Is it Kraus? That's you? Okay, gotcha. So those are the 2 kind gentlemen that gave you the time. Gil Cruz. 1 minute, sir. Please state your name for the record. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Gil Cruz. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Longtime worker at the Jinx. I live in the neighborhood. I've lived in this neighborhood since forever. I'm not from Savannah, but I've lived in this neighborhood for 20 years. I'm in support of the Jinx being there. That's really, you heard about the parking already. You know, I heard concerns about the drinking and stuff. Parking's already a problem. This business is not the problem. Drinking, that's already happening in the neighborhood. I'm just here for support. Suzanne's been a longtime friend. Tony and I managed together. I did all the booking entertainment. Every day I get an email from a band or a person asking when the Jinx is opening back up. I know that most of my neighbors were old customers and they come to me every day. Every day someone stops me on the street, I get a text, an email, Facebook, Instagram. I'm just letting you know there's more people. I wish they could all be here today. A lot of people work. But most of my neighbors that live in that neighborhood are customers.
All right.
Thank you for my time. Let me speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No problem. Rachel Shaner? Shaner? Is it Shaner?
It's Shaner, yes.
Shaner, okay. Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Shaner. The Jinx has been a long-standing music venue supporting local original musicians for over a decade in Savannah. With rising prices in the downtown area, it was pushed out during the pandemic, along with an entire community of artists and citizens of Savannah. We were pushed out as well. In the past 5 years, 10 plus bars, restaurants, and venues have been approved in the same district, as you've seen in the mapping. The current denial of the Jinx's special use permit is based on antiquated zoning laws that no longer serve or reflect the desires of local Savannah citizens. I ask as a neighbor, a property owner in the district, a native Savannian, and a local artist that the Jinx's special use permit be approved. If there is bias or monetary facets at play for its denial, I understand a few members have recused themselves, I ask the committee to reconsider the current standing and break the barriers that would impede a small local business from success. Concerns that were brought up have been addressed by the owners of the Jinx. They've addressed parking issues, hours, and other concerns the commission has put forth. To not approve this permit to improve a derelict building, because it is a derelict building in the growing arts district of Starland, would not only be a detriment to the Savannah artist community and the progress of our city, but would be a stain on the reputation of this commission, as the reasons for non-approval are arbitrary and unclear at this moment.
That's your time.
She's given me 13 seconds.
Who's this?
Thanks.
Thank
I do request that the commission reconsider their current stance and acknowledge the voice of the people of Savannah who have gathered here today in favor of the Jinx reopening. And as Gil Cruz said, there is a very large amount of local artists as well as regional and international acts that do not have a mid-sized venue. And I want to point out that Victory North, who is not an in-town owner or a local, has twice the capacity and no parking. So 5 spaces is more than enough in the area. So I appreciate your reconsideration and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is it Lily Mae or Lily Mae? Lily. Okay, just want to make sure.
All right, I'm Lily Mae, and thank you for your patience in aiding in difficult conversations, as we know this can be arduous. But for over a decade, the Jinx has been a local hub for serving art, music, community, creativity, and diversity. It is apparent that the reopening of the Jinx without stipulations will revive a derelict building, improving safety for the surrounding area, providing jobs to locals affected by gentrification, and generate additional income for the city and provide relatable and unique acts and entertainment, which further contributes and facilitates in the diversity of tourism. Local entertainers lacking a stage will also have motivation to create, and surrounding businesses are offered healthy competition. I implore reconsideration from, this committee for this special use permit without stipulation. Zoning laws may be outdated, but your ability to create change is timeless. So thank you for your patience in perpetuating a safe space for consideration and discussion.
Thank you. John Clayton. Please state your name for the record. 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Clayton. I am a native Savannian and also a local business owner of almost 25 years here in Savannah. I'm here in support of the Jinx. For almost 17 years, they had a great place where we obviously formed a lot of friendships, right? And that's why we're all here in all the letters. But they also were always willing to help for a good cause. So they allowed local bands to get on stage to do fundraisers for local Savannans that needed help. The Starland area has really turned into a arts and entertainment area, and I really think that they would benefit from having the Jinx there. I really don't have a whole lot more to say, but just give us the Jinx back, please.
All right, thank you, sir. Ava Pandiani. State your name for the record, please, in 1 minute.
Sure. My name is Ava Pandiani. I'm representing both myself and also I'm the GM at Starland Yard, which is a neighboring business. I'm a music lover. The Jinx is one of my favorite places I ever found when I first moved to Savannah in 2015. But aside from that, I also think that this property would greatly add to the vibrancy of the neighborhood and is really something people are looking for. And just all around, it's a very good idea and a great new home for them.
Thank you. Derek Eaton. Please state your name for the record if you opt to comment. Okay, we're gonna keep it moving. Jim Reed. Please state your name for the record. 1 minute.
Hey, I'm Jim Reed. I'd like to thank Jerry Wardlaw, first of all, for sucking up all the time in the room and making us all talk like we're on an old FedEx commercial. So I moved to Savannah in 1986. I have lived in the historic district for the past 37 years. I have no idea how many of the MPC members ever patronized the Jinx in its original incarnation, but as it seems likely that many of you did not, I feel it is incumbent, well, hey, you know, on us to, I want you guys to fully appreciate just how valuable the Jinx was and could continue to be in this proposed new location as far as enhancing and diversifying the cultural quality of life in the city. Without a place like the Jinx, and we've talked about the capacity and how it's unique, when planning tours, all sorts of famous and well-respected acts bypass us altogether, and they perform instead in places like Atlanta, Athens and Augusta, Georgia, Charleston and Columbia, South Carolina, and Jacksonville or St. Augustine, Florida. Let's all be honest here. Anytime we can take a little air out of Charleston or Jacksonville's tires, that's a good thing, right? The business and the concerts they are known for truly mean as much to music lovers in this city as the Savannah Philharmonic, the Savannah Music Festival, and the sorts of larger shows which takes place at your in-market arena or the Johnny Mercer, Lucas, or Trustees
You got
theaters.
about 5 seconds, sir.
I know it. In the invocation before today's meeting, the NPC asked for guidance in making informed decisions which will, on balance, truly work for the betterment of the community at large. I feel that allowing the Jinx to open an expanded and more impressive version of their beloved business at this particular
all right.
location can better the cultural quality of life in the city.
Okay, perfect. And I want to push back on you. I have been to the Jinx numerous times.
Me too. Me too, for the record.
I'm sure, but just in case there are people who have not, they need to know it's an important
And I had a good time.
Add me to that, Mr. Chairman. I've been there too and loved it. Especially Adam and the kickers.
Jonathan Cushman.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Cushman in support. My wife Carrie and I recently moved back to the Starland area from New Orleans. I previously served here as a military officer at Hunter and currently work as a first responder flying life flight helicopters in the area. We're excited to see the progress in the Starland area. We both lived here previously, and our courtship included an early meeting at the Jinx in its previous incarnation. I urge you to approve this locally owned business. Their well-documented history downtown of fastidious adherence to the law and local regulations should serve as a best indicator that they will continue to be good neighbors. Live music plays an integral part in the community, and these venues provide a necessary platform for our culture bearers to express their art. I urge approval from this committee and remind it that responsibly owned local business bring both a monetary and cultural wealth back into the communities that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, and Jay Moppin. Please state your name for the record. 1 minute, sir.
Jay Maupin, Maupin Engineering. Our office is actually 2 doors down, right on West 42nd Street. I own the building. I'm very excited to see them coming. We will be one of the people most impacted by the parking's condition, but we welcome it. We welcome that building being renovated and put back into the fabric of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have a few on the other side of the coin. Ian Ford. Okay. Maybe not, like you said. Jacob Tatum. If you would, please state your name for the record. 1 minute, sir.
Hi, my name is Jacob Tatum. I'm not sure if I selected the right box on that. I am in favor of the Jinx being reopened. I'm sorry, I was instructed outside to put something else, so I apologize for any confusion on that, but I'm going to get right to it. The Jinx is a staple in the history of Savannah's music scene. As a patron, I found a community there through the employees and fellow patrons. As a musician, I was lucky enough to perform on that stage before their initial closing. I've attended numerous shows of varying size, not suitable for venues like the Johnny Mercer Theater or the Market Arena. It's also a home for festivals such as Savannah Stopover and the RF Fest. The neighborhood they're seeking to call their new home is a home to many artists, musicians, and other venues already. To deny them a chance to continue in a new space would be a major loss for those of us who found a home in that venue and bar. Their charity and support they've shown to community cannot be understated. That's all.
That was a clever trick. Thank you. All right. I won't get duped next time. Daniel Malone.
Daniel Malone looks like he just got duped again. Yeah, the wordage of that was a little strange. Anyway, I'm a musician professionally. I moved here because I was a touring musician and I would tour through play places like the Jinx. And I've since bought a home and built a music studio because of places like the Jinx. And I play all the hotels, I play all the downtown tourist bars, and we make a lot of money for all the owners and people like you and people that are building this city into what is becoming. But what's lacking now is a place for us to get together as a community and support one another and work together and collaborate in a way that's not in a lobby at a hotel or at a bar that has tourists from all over. So we just want this place back. We want places like this. Yeah, we want the Jinx back, but we want 15 more. You know what I mean? So this is a good start, and please, let's bring the Jinx back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hopefully I won't get duped again. Kayla Brown.
Duped. In my defense, I wrote it on a card. Hi, everyone. I'm Kayla Brown, and I'm speaking to you today to support the reopening of the Jinx on behalf of myself and Savannah Stopover Music Festival. No other venues have been able to completely fill that empty void left from the Jinx closing and provide the same neighborhood vibe, stage, and professional sound and light setup, an opportunity for small to mid-sized local bands, in addition to regional, national, and international touring bands. And echoing what a few people have said, I get emails every single day from internationally touring bands asking when the Jinx is going to be open and when they can be the first people on that stage. As both a customer and a promoter who's booked shows and events there, the Jinx reopening in the Streetcar District is a welcome addition to the neighborhood and a long-awaited resurgence of our music scene. I look forward to its return, and I implore you to approve the special use permit.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
All right. I think that concludes all of the public comment. And I couldn't imagine that the petitioner would necessarily want to respond to that. Because he got overwhelming support.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Melder.
Can I make a motion to approve the petitioner's request?
Cole, second.
Second.
Any discussion? I just want to, before we enter the vote, I just want to make a statement. I do understand totally, and again, I have been a patron of the Jinx many times, had a great time. I do wholeheartedly share the sentiment that you all have. I have some small concerns, but I think they are relatively small, and I actually am looking forward to this venue opening back up as well. Okay. All right. So we'll enter a vote. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika recused himself. Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
I too vote yes. It is approved. Thanks. And just for information for the public, don't be reminded that this still has to go before council. So show the same support if that's what you want. All right, thanks. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. It's, we'll allow for everybody to go for a second. And if you all would expeditiously exit, that'd be greatly appreciated. We'll take a small recess, maybe 5 minutes. I want to call the meeting back to order. All right. So we'll now hear the petition of a map amendment at 309, 311, 313, 315, 323, 325, 331, 335, and 343 Buckhalter Road. It's a rezone from a RA-CO to a IL, and that petition number is 23-000304-ZA. Ms. Leto?
Thank you very much. The petitioner, John D. Northrup III, an agent for Capital Development Partners, is requesting a rezoning of 10 parcels that recently were annexed by the City of Savannah on January 12th, 2023. Show you. These are the 10 parcels that are subject to rezoning today. They are currently RACO, Residential Agriculture Annexed, and they are being proposed to be light industrial zoned. The 10 parcels face Buckhalter Road. The applicant's intent is to allow the proposed IL parcels to be developed as a part of the Rockingham Farms industrial development, which is already being developed on adjacent parcels to the south, which is right behind the subject parcels. The subject property consists of approximately 52.86 acres, is located southwest of Buckhalter Road and a little more than a half mile from the Veterans Parkway ramp. The property, and you already stated the property identification numbers. Thank you. The proposed IL zoning parcels have, again, frontage to Buckhalter Road. The rear of the subject parcels back up to an approximately 100-acre parcel zoned MCO, manufacturing annexed, which is considered the Rockingham Farms industrial development. If I could, I'd like to show the area where these areas and the surrounding areas which have recently been annexed. So this is the 100-acre industrial park. These are the 10 parcels that have been annexed. And then across the street are other parcels as well. Let me try and show you the flume map. So regarding the future land use map, as part of the criteria, it is asked if it complies with the future land use classification. The future land use classification is residential, suburban, single family. The proposed light industrial zoning district is not compatible with the residential, suburban, single family land use designation. And then also, that is one of our main issues, is regarding that it is not compatible. I also want to show the phases. The petitioner has have a verbal agreement and understanding with the city regarding a sound wall agreement. This area here, well, is this my staff report? No. Okay. So these show the defining areas of what phase 1 and phase 2 would mean to the petitioner. Phase 1 is here today to be subject to the request for rezoning to light industrial. Phase 2 begins at parcel number 11 and then goes to the rest of phase 2. So the sound wall agreement with the city must be built if the developer does not purchase both phase 1 and phase 2 within 24 months of completion of the proposed building. Once the building is complete, the developer must have a completion bond within 30 days if both phase 1 and phase 2 have not been acquired by then. The bond must be $500,000 if only $500,000 if only phase 2 has not been acquired by then, and $1 million if neither phase 2 nor phase 1 has been acquired by then. A written agreement containing those terms has been drafted and forwarded to the Assistant City Manager, Heath Lloyd. Since the warehouse building should be, the petitioner states that the warehouse building should be completed within 1 year. The purchasing of the 10 parcels, please note that it is contingent on the rezoning being approved, and that is based on the petitioner's contingent. The applicant may purchase those parcels at any time, but chooses to wait for the rezoning approval. And I'm going to state my policy analysis. The applicant's proposal to rezone 10 parcels from RACO to IL would result in a significant change to the rural development pattern and the subject parcels and the surrounding area. There are existing conditions that would affect the use and development of the property, which gives supporting grounds for disapproval, such as the rural character of the subject parcels themselves, the adjacent properties that may be included in Phase 2, the residential agriculture properties across the street from the subject parcels on Buckhalter Road, and the Coastal Empire Montessori School located at 301 Buckhalter Road. These areas are in a historically rural neighborhood and would be greatly affected by a warehouse use and industrial park with such proximity, as the petitioner is already developing warehousing within the industrial park area. If the requested rezoning is approved, the proximity to the industrial and warehouse uses would be even closer to the rural neighborhood and school property. I'm going to show you our recommendation. Based upon the existing zoning pattern and character of the area, as well as the review criteria, staff recommends the denial of the request to rezone from RACO to IL. If the MPC board decides to approve the requested map amendment, then staff requests the following conditions be applied. 1, the applicant applies for an amendment to the comprehensive plan prior to moving this agenda item to the City Council for final approval. 2, a 200-foot densely landscaped buffer around the residentially zoned properties shall be applied. 3, a recombination plat would be required. And I am here to answer any questions as well as the petitioner.
Thank you, Ms. Leto. Any questions for staff? Ms. Jarrett?
Doesn't the comprehensive plan need to change before we can move forward with this?
Yes, ma'am. That is one of our major concerns, is that we would like them to postpone this rezoning request in order to obtain a comprehensive plan amendment. And they can do that for both Phase 1 and Phase 2. If they are not in, if the residents in Phase 2 are not in agreement, they could at least do it for Phase 1, or they can wait for Phase 2 to be negotiated and purchased, and then go to the comp plan. It's very difficult to approve something that is against the future land use classification.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Melder?
So as I understand it, and this project was well underway before I got to town, but as I understand it, the ability for the Rockingham Farms project developers to be able to purchase these single-family residence homes was a best-case scenario, mostly because of the light industrial that would be happening just across the line from Buckhalter Road. And this seems to be in line with that best-case scenario, save for perhaps one parcel that has not yet sold or been annexed to the city. My question to the staff is the process, when you say the major issue with the application, is the process step that the comp plan is contradicting this rezoning, is that the thrust behind staff's
Yes, sir.
denial? So if the comp plan came before MPC and cited a change, do we believe that staff would recommend that comp plan change?
I would, two things that I just want to make clear. One, the city's zoning ordinance says that these changes must be consistent with the comp plan. Two, This could come before this board with the comp plan amendment being first on the agenda and the rezoning being later on in the agenda so that they both could take place at the same time. And three, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say whether we would approve something preliminarily or not, but I will say that if we did, we would look at the whole area so it's not just that one parcel. We take care of that whole area so that if there are future changes that are needed in order to make sure that development takes place in that area, that is addressed. So, it would probably be, it's possible it's a high likelihood, but I can't say 100% because I haven't looked at everything that's out in that area.
Thank you, Madam Director. It's also in the ordinance that a future land use map amendment to the comp plan can occur at rezoning as well, correct?
Generally, that's, as I indicated, that's why I said that the applicant could make the request to have the zoning take place, the amendment take place first, and then the rezoning. The amendment to the comp plan does a couple things. One, as the applicant has indicated, and I want to thank them because they really did do their best to get the one property owner to try to come in to at least have a squared up piece of property. So I really appreciate their efforts in trying to make that happen. But they know that they've got two phases and you've got the same condition on the other side of the street. So if you look at this map that you're seeing, you've got the Buckhalter Road extension to the east. That's still rural residential. So if we did a comp plan amendment, we would look at all of that so that as they move forward, they would at least know that they would be consistent with the comp plan as they're moving forward with purchasing their properties.
Certainly, and not getting ahead of current property owners' right to sell or not to sell, but that also is contemplated in phase 2, correct?
That's correct, and that's why we are suggesting that the comp plan, at least if this is done now, it takes care of, without changing the zoning of the neighborhood's property, it takes care of the future land use with regards to what would be the best use based on what's there.
Now, in terms of review of a potential comp plan amendment, since MPC staff has already done a review of these subject parcels, which represent a good portion of the area, what would the remaining review for a potential comp plan application entail from MPC?
We would look at, and I don't know if you've got the whole area out, Melissa, but we would pull it out and at least look at everything on the south side of, well, actually it doesn't cover. We would look at everything on the south side of Buckhalter Road. And what we would do is we would do this review not only for the city of Savannah, but for the whole land use plan, which includes the county as well, which is why we're suggesting that, because you might come in or somebody might come in and talk with you about annexing the property that's this little bit of unincorporated area. I'm not sure what that use is. And at least it would be consistent if that was part of our review. When we do these reviews, we look at everything from what the road network looks like, infrastructure and things of that nature. And at least when a rezoning comes forward, it indicates that at least those reviews have occurred and there is some consistency with us looking at all of the possible impacts that could happen.
No, I wouldn't advocate, I don't think that two wrongs make a right. I believe that this body has approved things that are inconsistent with the comp plan. And I think I think that being in order is preferable. My concern about this are the property owners here that represent the parcels at the subject of the rezoning that have gone through this process, have been annexed into the city, and now want to be able to sell their parcels as a part of this. And they may have neighbors who don't agree with that decision or and want to stay, and that's fine too. But I'm really I'm really focusing in on these property owners who have gone through this process and are now making a big life change, and our inability to match our processes together, whether that's on the petitioner or on us. I'd hate to see these property owners be penalized because of that. So that's just my statement right now, Mr. Chairman.
There is no.
And I was just going to say, if I may, one of the challenges with this is twofold. One, the county's ordinance does not indicate that stuff has to be consistent. The city's ordinance does. And secondly, and really an important point, is that a lot of the times we don't know that property is going to be annexed until after it's been done. So I do hope that in the future we will be able to work together to look at the land uses before the annexation takes place, so that if we need to do an amendment at that time, we could deal with doing a comp plan amendment.
I think you were at that meeting, though, if I recall.
I was, and
annexation.
I've consistently have asked that question with regards to the process, and we never are brought in ahead of time. We're always brought in at the end. So I think that in the future, if that is something that can happen, we could probably eliminate some of this.
Then we've got some work to do on our side. But on the government side of the rail, again, my concern remains for these property owners.
Yeah, if we have any further discussion in that regard, if we would hold that to discuss once this meeting is over or at a different time, that'd be greatly appreciated, so we can move things along. I understand the importance of it, but I don't want us to bog down in those levels of detail that does not immediately pertain to the property owners at the moment, so that we can work through the things that we need to work through to better serve those individuals.
Chairman, just for clarity, that's where I thought he was going. Dealing with
was more?
Yeah, and that his whole focus was about these property owners' rights.
Right.
And whether or not, the process needs to be changed. That's not to be addressed here today, but that we're dealing with that is the way I took it.
Okay, and that's essentially my point. I just don't want us to bog down in what this process looks like. I want the public to be able to get what they are due as taxpayers and such, but I also don't want us to work through the issues that we may need to resolve from governing bodies right here, right now.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to state that most of these property owners in Phase 1 have been sitting idle for over 20 months, sitting on this to move forward.
And there is no reason why the petitioner cannot purchase these items. They're placing the contingent on purchasing through this rezoning approval.
Which, I would state for the record, which is outside of this body's purview, and that is not something that we are beholden to or should be subjected to. We can make our decision either way, and we are not bound to waiting for the purchase or making sure that we deliver on what it is that the purchaser or seller is waiting for in order to make that transaction official. So that has no governance on our decision and our ability to move forward. So I just wanted to record that for the record as well. Okay, any further questions for staff? All right, hearing none, we will hear from the petitioner. And please state your name for the record.
That one's fine. Okay. That one's fine. I've handed out a few things. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is John Northup. For the record, I'm an attorney with Bowen Falligan. I'm here representing the petitioner, which is Capital Development Partners. I might sometimes call that CDP, just for short, so I don't have to repeat myself every time. Before I start, I'd like to, if I may, and in the interest of time, since we've had a lot of comments today, and I'm not trying to keep these people from commenting, but if it's all right with the commission, I'd like to ask everybody who is here in support just to stand up or raise their hand if they can't stand up, if that's okay.
I'll allow for that.
So anybody who's in support, if you can stand. Great, thank you very much. So I'd like to reiterate just a few things that Ms. Leto said in her report, just to make sure that we're all very clear exactly what parcels we're talking about. Obviously, we've got these 10 parcels that are all fronting along Buckhalter Road, and then they all, well, more or less, back up to the northern edge of the property that's owned by CDP. That's the current northern edge of the Rockingham Farms industrial development. Currently, Capital Development Partners is building, as Ms. Leto mentioned, a 1.45 million square foot warehouse on Tract 1. So it's a big building. The idea basically all along has always been for Capital Development Partners to try to acquire all of these residential parcels, not just phase 1, but phase 2. So phase 1 being everything kind of east of the Montessori school, if you will, and all the way to the, on this map, it's Buckhalter Road Extension. On Sagis, it's called Old Buckhalter Road, but they're one and the same. That would be phase 1. Phase 2 would be everything to the east of that road, between that road and Veterans Parkway. Now, in January 22, CDP met with all of the parcel owners in both phase 1 and phase 2 to hatch this idea, to say, hey, you know, if we can, we'd like to see if we could acquire your property so that we can extend the northern boundary of the industrial property northward to Buckhalter Road. They were able to come to terms with 10 parcels, of the owners of 10 parcels, and then those are the 10 parcels that we're talking about today. There was admittedly one holdout. That's the one that's kind of the carve-out, if you will, that's in the northeastern portion of it. That was a parcel owned by Mr. J.W. Smith, and for different reasons that I won't go into, he just decided it wasn't the right time for him to sell. So since we had 10 contiguous parcels, CDP figured, let's go ahead and in the interest of keeping this project from stalling, let's move on. Let's see if we can get these annexed and then get them rezoned. As you all know, once you annex a property, it actually comes in and it bears the same zoning classification as it did in the county under the city ordinance. So it's still governed by the county ordinance, but it gets the suffix of CO. That's why these are all RACO. They were residential agricultural under the county, and now they're RACO. Obviously, the permitted uses under residential agricultural are different than those that are permitted under light industrial, as Ms. Leto pointed out in her staff report. So the idea was that we would have to move forward, get the phase 1 properties rezoned, and then if we can, after we get those rezoned and acquired, we would then move on to phase 2. And we've already had discussions with the phase 2 property owners. We just haven't gotten there with many of them yet. The idea there is we're going to try to get that under wraps within the next probably 18 to 24 months in conjunction with the development that's currently going on, and just to the south. The proposed use of these 10 parcels would be to create an area that would not be developed as another warehouse, but would really be kind of like an overflow, an area that we use probably for trailer parking or for container stacking. And that would be servicing the big 1.5 million square foot warehouse that's just to the south. We haven't really figured that out exactly yet, but that's the general idea. You can see in my handout that I've given you, there are a few on page 2 and then page 3. There is a schematic that shows the warehouse that will be built, and then you can see in green there is an area that I believe it's in green that talks about the 10 parcels once annexed. Actually, it doesn't show in green. It shows the potential parking area and potential container stacking area. And then you can see on page 3 there is a rendering of what roughly that would look like. The one thing we are sure of is that there will be no access to this property from Buckhalter Road. That's a critical point that was not mentioned in the staff report. Okay, when the deal was struck to first create Rockingham Farms, and that was a deal, needless to say, and I don't want to retread ground, but everybody's probably aware of this. It was between county, city, CETA, and about 3 developers, one of which is CDP. When that deal was struck, part of the deal was there will be no industrial traffic on Buckhalter Road at all. So that's something we can't do even if we wanted to. So instead, all of the traffic that would be routed off of these properties once acquired would go south through the Rockingham Farms development and then exit at the interchange that was actually, I think, completed a few days ago at Veterans Parkway. So there will be no effect on traffic on Buckhalter Road at all. And needless to say, Rockingham Farms is something that that the city and CETA and everybody really wants to see happen. I'm not necessarily trying to put words in any of those entities' mouths as far as this extension of Rockingham Farms goes. But Rockingham Farms itself was something that CETA has put a lot of time and effort into, as has the city. And I think it's estimated to create about 2,500 jobs once the development is complete. With regard to the staff report obviously recommends denial of this petition. But it really, if you read it, it almost seems like it recommends approval with conditions. Again, I'm not trying to put any words in anybody's mouth, but there are several conditions that I think the staff has said that they'd like to see, and there are 3 of them, and I'll get to those in turn. But the interesting thing about the staff's general concerns is that the concerns, at least at this point, appear to be coming mostly from staff and not from the surrounding neighbors. In the staff report itself, it says that they have not gotten any letters of opposition to this zoning petition from any of the neighbors who are within that 300-foot radius of these properties. Not one. Now, I'm sure that there are probably people here that will probably get up in opposition, and that's not to be unexpected. But we've received, in addition to the people who have stood up, who are largely probably property owners, we've received a lot of letters from residents of the area that aren't just people who are standing to benefit from selling their properties, but from people who are in the very areas that the staff report says would be negatively affected by this rezoning. And they pointed out 2. They pointed out across the street, across Buckhalter Road to the north, and they pointed out phase 2. And so we've gotten, and it's included in your handout, I got an email from one person who, Vicky Hart, who lives just across the street, and she is in favor and support of the rezoning. Also got an email from the Heltons, who live in phase 2, who are also in support. And again, I'm not sure if other people that stood up are also going to get up and speak. I offered to have them stand up in case they didn't want to speak, but I didn't preclude them from doing so. The one other concern in the staff report that I think is a little misplaced is the concern about increased traffic. As I just mentioned, there will be no traffic impact here on these surrounding properties because it's all going out that interchange on Veterans Parkway. So that one we can toss. The staff's concern about increased noise and light, we get. That's something that obviously you're gonna have with an industrial development. We do think that the majority of any kind of additional noise or light is going to be in association with the building, which is on the track just to the south of these 10 parcels. And for that reason, we actually spoke with the city and said, hey, we understand that we want to protect the residents in case we aren't able to acquire phase 1 and phase 2. And so that was the genesis of that sound wall agreement that was referenced in Ms. Leto's report. The sound wall agreement essentially says that if CDP doesn't acquire both phase 1 and first of all, by the time they finish the building, which is in a year, they have to post a bond. The bond is $500,000 if they've already acquired one of the 2 phases, and it's $1 million if they haven't acquired either of them. And so then they have 2 years to basically acquire all of these parcels. If they can't, then they're gonna have to build a sound wall between the big warehouse that's currently being built and whatever phase they have not yet acquired. So that should hopefully mitigate any kind of light or sound that would be coming from the building. Now, as far as the buffer, the first condition that the staff had put on their list of recommended conditions was a 200-foot vegetative buffer that would surround, it says, the residential properties. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but as far as the buffer goes, CDP understands and admits that if we acquire and get the rezoning passed for phase 1, and then we're still working on phase 2, you're gonna have an industrial use, which again is going to be container stacking or trailer parking most likely, next to a residential area. And so we intend to comply with the use buffers that are in the City of Savannah zoning ordinance. But those buffers are a lot less than the ones that staff is recommending. They're recommending 200 feet of vegetative buffer. What's required by the ordinance is actually the type E buffer that I think Mr. Lotson had mentioned in one of the previous matters, which is an 8-foot fence and a 40-foot vegetative buffer. We're happy to put that in. We're going to comply with everything. Obviously, if we're going to do container stacking, we're going to need to come back here, and we're going to need to get a container stacking plan approved. That has a much bigger buffer. That has a 350-foot buffer next to any residential boundary. So we're well aware of that. We intend to comply with all of those, but we think that the 200-foot vegetative buffer at this time is a little bit of an overreach, especially because we're going to probably tear it down once we acquire phase 2. So that's the issue with the buffer. The issue with the future land use map, I understand as well. To be fair, the future land use map amendment was brought up for the first time in the staff report. It wasn't brought up in meetings that we had with staff. It wasn't brought up at the annexation. And Ms. Wilson's point is a good one, which is if we could file an amendment and not have it slow this process down, I think we'd probably be happy to do it. The only problem I have is I don't know how I can serve as an agent for any of the parcel owners in phase 2 because we're not without their consent. We're not under contract with them, so I don't really think that they're going to give me their consent to act as their agent to change the land use designation in the future land use map without having some reassurance, like a contract, that they're actually going to get acquired. I mean, that's something that we would gladly do when we proceed to put the phase 2 properties under contract. But for the time being, the only other thing I can think of is if you look at the statute or the ordinance says that a petition to amend the comprehensive plan can be made by the MPC on its own. Now, if it's by the MPC on its own, then include phase 2. But I can't do it. I'm not going to get consent from all of the phase 2 owners without being under contract. That's just not very realistic. So what I would say is, if there is a way that we can file that amendment for just the phase 1 properties, we've got the consent of all of the phase 1 owners. They want this to move forward, and I'm going to get to them in just a second. But if we can do it with just them and it won't slow this process down so that we can do it concurrently with the rezoning at City Council, that's something I think we would be amenable to doing to correct that logistical issue or process issue. The last thing that I'll mention is something that I think Mr. Melder had brought up, and that is these property owners are looking to have this go forward. They consented to have us annex the property. To be candid, several of them said, what happens if we annex the property and then we don't get rezoned? And we thought, well, I don't know what to tell you, but we're pretty confident that we can get this rezoning. We think that we meet all the qualifications for it. But the point is, a lot of them are living kind of in limbo. And I'm sure that I might have people, I'm not sure, come up and speak to that. But a lot of people are looking at it and saying, well, we think we're going to probably sell our house that we've lived in for a long time. We've got maintenance issues. Do we fix them? Do we not? When is this going to close? And I understand that. We're trying to push forward on their behalf. We're trying to get as much finality as we can here. And we've been at this for several months. The annexation went through, and we're hoping that the rezoning can go through as well. In short, I think that we would respectfully ask that this rezoning petition be approved. It's a natural extension to the north of the Rockingham Farms development, which the city and CETA and the county and everybody is behind. It's already been annexed by the city. Several neighbors who will be the most affected, according to MPC staff, already support it. There will be no traffic impact on Buckhalter Road. And any effect of the increased light and sound from the building will be addressed by the sound wall agreement that's still being discussed with the city. And any light and sound buffering that needs to occur between phase 1 and phase 2 will be done in accordance with the City of Savannah ordinance. The last thing I'll say is that with regard to the contingency, besides the fact that I agree that it may be beyond the MPC staff's purview or the MPC's purview, it's just not very realistic to say that we should just go ahead and buy multiple $1 million worth of property without knowing for certain that we can actually use it the way we intend to use it. That's any developer, any buyer is not going to do that unless they get their entitlements first. So the point that we should just go ahead and buy it and it's, we could buy it and just take a chance, not very realistic. So we would ask the commission to respectfully approve this rezoning condition, or presenting petition without any conditions.
Mr. Northup, Mr. Chairman. if I may. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
A few questions.
Yeah.
It's my understanding nothing would stop you, as you just said, from purchasing the property. Is that correct? I'm a country lawyer, so I just sort of ask questions.
Nothing would, I'm trying to understand your question. Nothing would stop us from purchasing the property without having it rezoned.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
That's
correct.
the first step.
Yep.
So second step, phase two. You could, like I said, I'm a country lawyer. You could enter into option agreements with those folks in phase two and get them to consent to whatever you want them to consent to. Is that correct?
If we could have come to primary terms on everything,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so I'm asking these questions because I'm a stickler for procedure.
Mm-hmm.
Without procedure, we don't have process. You can have a process, but if you don't have procedure, we got a problem. Now, it seems as if to me, and I'm respectful of the owners that want to sell. I'm also mindful of the fact that when this first came to us, everybody said, no, we didn't want this.
Who is everybody, if you don't mind?
Well, there were a lot of
Because I wasn't involved in it, that's why I'm asking.
No, we didn't want this. And then we respect the fact that I'm a stickler for respecting neighborhoods' rights to do what they want to do. I am. And I believe they should have a right to do what they want to do. However, with respect to the property rights of those that are not here in phase two, and with the recommendation from our staff, I would think it would be wise to at least contact phase two people. You might not be able to get their consent, but you can have a consensus to know which direction you're going in. At least that way, our board can take another look at this and say, this is the direction we're going in. Now, can we simultaneously enter into a change in the comp plan? Again, I think our director said it correctly. Let's not predispose we're going to do it. But I would say we are inclined, I would speak, not speaking for my members, but I think we'd be more inclined if we had one neat package. Let's do a global resolution to where when you come to us, we have a global result, global resolution for everyone. My take on this is, you guys got annexed, and I'm saying this way, the procedural part should have been change in comp plan, annex, bam. Didn't happen that way, so we got the cart is out with the horse, and the cart's ahead of the horse. My point I'm making to you is if you can purchase their property, I think you're hearing when you read through the report, and you're correct. We like this, we approve of this in essence. We just have some stipulations with respect to phase two. And I'm going back to those phase two owners, they have rights as well. And I heard exactly what to do. We repair our house or not repair our house. My thought process is, for me, to have a global resolution, I'd love it. And I think you have the ability to do that, even if you just get options with phase two and come back and say, I have option phase two landowners. And I think you probably have all phase two coming to join in with phase one, because if phase one is going and this is going to be industrial, I don't think I have a lot of problem with those phase two persons. That's just me. Now, if you're telling me that phase two is diametrically opposed to this, then I think we can go forward. I would hate for you to have to go and do buffers and do this and do that just to tear them down again.
Right. No, I understand that.
But we as a board have to be mindful, not just only of our neighbors that want to sell, but we got to be mindful of those that are sitting over there that haven't decided yet.
Right. The only thing that I understand all your points, the only thing I would say to that is that it is admittedly a tall order to get the owners of 28 parcels, is that right? 28, yeah, 28 parcels to all agree in one fell swoop to do anything. And we tried. We went to all parcels, between the Parkway and the school in January of 22. And we said, here's our plan. We'd like to see if we can do this. We just couldn't get everybody, and I was not personally involved in that, but John Rowers, who's sitting behind me, was. I mean, he is somebody who has worked with a lot of these property owners and with capital development partners. But I think that we couldn't get everybody to agree at one time. And the reason we decided to push forward is we had a pretty good consensus with a contiguous group of property owners. And we said, you know what, let's not penalize these people by holding up this process. It's already going to take a long time. And that's the reason why we're doing it in this phase 1, phase 2 process.
That was the missing link for me.
Yeah.
You did reach out to phase 2 owners.
We did.
Okay.
Starting in January of 22, we met again in March of 22, and just couldn't, and we've spoken to several of them, and we're making some progress to my understanding. I just don't think we've gotten all of them, and we didn't want to hold back phase 1 at the same time.
So with respect to putting up any buffers, that you have no problem with that?
No, I mean, that we understood that was going to be a part of this process. You know, if we're gonna bifurcate the thing and not do it globally, as you say, then yes, we're going to have industrial next to residential, and we're going to have to put up a buffer to comply with the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
No further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Coles.
I just have a brief question. As far as the sound buffering goes, on this map that you gave us, it doesn't appear to show any between the potential stacking areas and the Montessori school. It doesn't really seem like there's much of a buffer there at all. Is there any plans for soundproofing?
You know, when I put that in there, I was kind of worried that somebody was going to make that point, because this is a little bit preliminary. And when I saw it, I said, you know, this is good, but we're going to have to make sure that we've got the buffers in there. And I got that literally kind of at the 11th hour.
Maybe the sound wall too?
Yeah, I mean, so that's all preliminary. You're talking about this area here?
Correct.
Yeah. That's preliminary. I think that certainly, you know, the buffer, again, is going to have to be, if it's container stacking, it'll have to be 350 feet. If it's not container stacking, it'll just have to be that 40-foot vegetative plus an 8-foot fence. So I think that we would probably have to do the 40-foot vegetative and the 8-foot fence along the eastern side between phase 1 and phase 2. And then if we decide that we want to do container stacking, we'll have to come back here and show you guys exactly how we're going to comply with all of those buffers.
Thank you.
Ms. Jarrett.
I have actually one for staff. What did we require for the Rockingham as far as the buffer went?
I was just going to say that to start out, and I'll let Marcus finish. Go ahead. I know that initially the residents, when they came out, they wanted about 200 feet of buffer. They were really, that's not what they ended up with. I'm just telling you what they started out with from talking with us at staff. They ended up with less than that as they move forward. So I just wanted to make that note that there were concerns, and some of the folks I'm sure here were those folks that wanted to have more of a buffer at that time. But Marcus probably has what the final number was that they agreed to.
Going off memory a little bit here, but you're right. There was a whole, at least one whole meeting that just talked about buffers for the most part. But along the southern property line of these properties, adjacent to the industrial site, I believe, because this was a county standard, I believe what was applied was the 40-foot requirement, which was a 40-foot buffer.
Is that
between the
what we
properties.
approved, or is that what you think was the requirement? Because it seemed to me that we approved
That was the
a
requirement.
good
I have to
bit
go
more
back
than
and
that.
look and see what was the.
I think you ended up approving 100
So
feet.
too.
I think it was 100 feet.
I think you ended up
100 feet?
approving 100 feet as a compromise,
Yeah.
but the residents wanted more.
Yes.
And the compromise was 100 feet. I'm just saying that there was a lot of discussion about the buffer. And one of the concerns, the only reason that we basically just really quickly recommended the 200 feet buffer is that it's going to take time for them to develop the property. You still have one long property owner that is still right adjacent to the property, and we felt that in light of some of the other things going on, that would be
I do have a
appropriate at that
question
time.
for the attorney as well. In your moving forward in this process, did it never occur to you that you needed to see about changing the comp plan?
You know, I guess I looked at the comp plan. The comp plan, to my understanding, is not binding per se, and I might be incorrect there. I think it is a criterion that needs to be looked at when you are rezoning, but I don't think it is binding. The other thing about the future land use map is it gets amended by state law every 5 years.
It does get amended, but every community I have ever worked in, future land use map had to be changed before property could be,
Right.
so.
And we're not averse to changing, it's just that it was something that was not discussed. You know, again, my main concern there, two concerns. One is I don't think I can speak for phase 2 yet. I'm happy to do it for phase 1 as long as it doesn't delay the process, is what I'm hoping. And it sounds like I could probably get away with trying to do it concurrently with city council, if that's possible. I just don't want to penalize the people who have been waiting for this to go forward.
I saw you. One second. Let me catch these guys down here. I saw Mr. Notrika. You
Yeah,
hit
Mr.
yours first, so we'll go you two.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just in contrast, could we get all the people to stand up who are in opposition to
Yeah,
this?
I was definitely going to do that. He asked if is there anybody opposed. If you all would please stand, or raise your hand. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, unless Mr. Notrika has a further question.
What's that?
I said, unless Mr. Notrika has another question, I have a question.
I think Mr. Welch had it, and then I got you.
I'm just curious of the people who oppose, where do you live?
And we'll
I
go.
want to find out.
Okay. Is that not filled out on the sign-in sheet? Okay.
Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Quick question. Maybe staff can answer this question, maybe our director can. If we change the comp plan, will it impact any values of property?
No.
No, okay. Second question, how difficult would it be to change the comp plan?
There's a couple things that's probably missing. One, they'd have to apply or make the request. Two, you do have as part of your bylaws that you can meet or call a special meeting on Tuesdays to discuss only comp plan amendments. So there is a process if this were to move forward with trying to deal with the comp plan that could happen. And what was your other question?
Third question, if we change the comp plan, would it then become easier to rezone the entire area?
Yes, it would. And I think that one of the things that we need to be really clear about is a couple things. One, unlike the county, which basically is a little looser with regards to the comp plan, the city's ordinance is a lot more fixed. Two, by doing the request, we would look at the whole area. So we would, have a meeting and say, hey, we recommend this change, whatever that change is. It may be that it's all industrial. It may be that a portion of it is industrial and the other's mixed use. I can't say right now because I haven't looked at, I was brought into this kind of on the tail end of the process. But I do know that it makes it easier should he move forward with the phase 2 if the comp plan were amended, because then it would be consistent.
Two more questions, follow-up. So that means that if we change the comp plan, he goes to those persons in phase 2 and they say, we're good, he wouldn't have to come back. He simply would just contract the property. Is that it?
If you change the comp plan and he goes to phase 2 and they say, fine, he still would have to get the property rezoned because the comp plan basically does not rezone the person's property. That's why their property values aren't impacted. He'd have to get that rezoned.
But again, that would entail going to 18.
But that would entail, that would be, he indicated that would be, did you say, John, 18 to 20 months?
18 parcels. So
Or 18 or whatever parcels, but when we look at dealing with an amendment, we look at the parcel that is making the request, but we also look at the whole area. We would notify the other owners if we were thinking about making the use different from the standpoint of land use.
So for academic purposes, theoretically, this board could meet next week, Tuesday, and come back on the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay.
If it meets the notice and we have the opportunity to deal with talking to the residents that live out in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Miller.
A comp plan amendment can also be called by the mayor and council.
That's correct.
That's correct, too. I'm just saying to you that the way that the bylaws are set up, this board can just have a meeting only to discuss the comp plan.
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing else. So that is an option that this board has, should they decide to move forward in that direction.
I agree with my colleague that the procedure is important. And I'm wondering whether or not staff make a commitment about how quickly we can turn around if a comp plan application comes through, how quickly we can turn around an application, if it could be met at a special meeting. And again, this is in no way I'm not trying to green light any kind of industrial development. I'm trying to green light a deal for property owners who want to sell their properties and not be fazed by the development comment.
If I may, I will say that when talking with Mr. Northrop and bringing this issue up, I actually did indicate that we would move as quickly as possible to get him through this process should he move forward with doing an amendment to the comp plan. So, we've made the commitment already to do what we need to do the review and to come back with the recommendations. So yes, we would do the review, but we also need to make sure that we are, doing our due diligence and notifying the people that are impacted.
Chair,
Mr. North.
Mr. Rector said that, I believe earlier, that the MPC staff can initiate that comp plan change. It doesn't need to come from the public. Is that what was said earlier?
Well, that's what the applicant said. That is not what I said. I generally, the staff could, but, there would have to be, it's cleaner if the city asks us to deal with an amendment to a plan. It's really tough to deal with changing a comp plan when there's a zoning attached to it. It becomes
I
a
totally
different
agree, and
grade.
that's why
So
I
that's
don't
why
want
we
the
would not
petitioner.
initiate, that's correct. That's why we would not initiate that. This would be something that the applicant would have to ask us or the city to look at as in tandem.
And it was also stated by the city manager that the city can initiate the same and handle the comp plan change. Is that correct?
Yes.
Per the ordinance, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I add something to that? Per the ordinance, it basically says that a petition to amend the comp plan can be done by 3 different bodies: the city council, the MPC, or the property owner. And so the problem that I've got is that as the property owner, if I'm going to try to get phase 2, I've got the consent of all the phase 1 owners. I don't have the consent of the phase 2 owners because we're not under contract. And they're probably not going to go they're probably not going to consent without going under contracts. That's the problem I have. If the commission decides that it would be better to include phase 2 in an amendment as well as phase 1 in an amendment to the comp plan, you guys can do it because you don't need you're not the property owner. You guys have legislatively got the right to do it. I don't. I need consent because I need to represent the property owner.
Understand, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is an effort to help you out and to help out those other property owners that want to sell. I don't view my questioning or what I was saying as an impediment. I think it might aid and make it smoother for you and for those who want to sell to make it happen.
Mr. North.
I know we're going on and on, or it seems like it to me, on the same issue. Can we go to find out who is opposed to this,
Yeah,
please, and move forward, and we can wrap back
Yeah.
around to this item?
That's my next.
Because it may bring,
So before I get that far, I do have 4 speaker cards that did not mark whether they were in favor or opposed. And if you all would, as you see, this is a critical component of this conversation. I will call your name and I will ask that you let me know. And then once we go into the public comment, we'll allow for you to state speak your piece. Elizabeth Shivas.
My question was answered, thank you.
Well, are you opposed or in favor?
I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth.
Okay. And all right. Henry Whitfield, I believe.
Yes, right here.
Was that you did not fill out opposed or in favor, and I just want to get clarification. If you would come forward, I just want to. Well, at this moment, I just really want to know if you are in favor or opposed.
At this time, I'm not sure if I'm in favor or
Okay, so
not
that's
neutral at this time.
okay. Just want to make sure.
Good.
Thank you. Deborah Whitfield, same. Do you take the same position? Of opposed or in favor? Or not sure? Not sure. Okay, thank you. And then there is I think this is Howell is the last name. What was that first name? Sandra. Nah, I think it's a different, no, this is Howard, excuse me. And you are opposed or in favor? Favor. In favor, okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure that I had that properly recorded. I want to address one of the questions that one of the commissioners asked. He wanted clarification as to those that were opposed, where they actually live. If it's not out of order, I would like to at least state the streets with no affiliation to the names. That is Girard Avenue, Redgate Farms Trail, Redgate Farms Trail yet again, Redgate Farms Trail 1, East State Street. Then there's one for Duckbill Chase. So those are the streets that are affiliated with those that have indicated opposed on the card. So I just wanted to make sure that that was captured for the record. So if there's, pardon? Girard is relatively close. Redgate isn't far. Redgate Farm Trail isn't far away. What's that? 1 second. Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Lawson pulls up a map and see what he can capture. And from there, if we're done with the questioning for the petitioner, we'll go ahead and allow for the public to. Right, that's true. But it's only 2 people in favor. That's the trick.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was a young woman who just picked up a blue card who wanted to speak. I don't know if she's for or against, but I did want to make sure you were aware.
Okay. I'll take the card. And just, it was brought to my attention and it makes sense and I wholeheartedly agree. Just so there's not any impartiality, I will also, the ones that have already indicated for sure that they are in favor. There's a Buckhalter Road, and then let me see if I can locate the other one. I do not see an address for the other card that I have definitively showing in favor. So with that in mind, we're gonna go ahead and allow for the public to submit their comment so that we can make a determination on this petition. We'll start with Dory Clark. If you would state your name for the record, come to the podium, state your name for the record, and if you wish to submit your comment, we'll ask that you keep
Dory
it to
Clark, and
2
I
minutes.
was going to defer my time to Helen Hester, delegate.
You say you were gonna
Delegate. I think myself and maybe some others. I don't know how many.
give you time to who was that?
Helen Hester.
Okay, all right. So, 1 second. Is there anyone else that is looking to yield their time to someone else? And your name, sir?
John Smith.
So that's Dory Clark and John Smith wish to defer their time to whom?
Helen Hester.
Helen Hester. Let me make sure I got a card for you. I do. And are you wishing to defer your? 1 second. So you're going to yield. So right now we have Dory Clark and John Smith yielding their time to Ms. Helen Hester, correct? And let's try to get this summarized real quick so we can wrap this up. And you say your name again, ma'am? Sandra Howell. And you would like to yield your time to? Laura Mackey. All right, thank you. So if I can, go ahead and have Ms. Helen Hester come forward. And I was looking, because of the sheer quantity, I was looking to give each speaker 2 minutes, so you've got 6.
Got it. I'm Helen Hester. I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Weiner Strauss right down the street. I represent a series of property owners who collectively own the real estate, the real property parcels. It's commonly referred to as Redgate Farm. The Redgate Farm's been an anchor of the surrounding residential and agricultural neighborhood throughout its history. They've been part of Savannah, the Savannah landscape for almost 100 years. They own parcels that are to the north of the proposed site that we're here talking about today. One access to their parcel is directly across the street, across Buckhalter Road. There are 3 single-family residences on their properties. They reside there. The descendants of the original owner of Redgate Farms, they live there, they raise their children there in an environment that they grew up in and want to pass on to their own children. A series of them are here with us today. They earn their livelihood from operating Redgate Farms. They're an award-winning small business that supports this community. They are entrenched in the heritage of that area. They have done great wonders to preserve the natural beauty of Redgate Farms in that area. They're one of the leading hospitality hosts in our city. They've won Best of Savannah awards numerous times. They host charity events. They just recently had a Chick-fil-A road race there on the property. They host community meetings, some of which were referenced in the staff report. So as you can see, they're significant to that area and the surrounding neighbors. They maintain, they employ 50 people in the area, and they have for a long time. They've proven that there is a way to provide economic opportunity in that area while preserving the natural beauty of the surrounding area and honoring the designation as a residential and agricultural community in that area. You'll hear from Ms. Laura Mackey shortly. She's here. She resides in a property that she rents out for weddings. Tourists come there, hiking, anything you could ask for is beautiful if anyone's been out there. It's a beautiful property, and it is right across the street from where Mr. Northup is proposing container stacking in connection with the rezoning of this parcel that we're here to talk about today. The MP staff report, Ms. Leto did a wonderful job of correctly noting the incompatibility that light industrial has compared to the surrounding area. This is a wonderful opportunity that the MPC, the commission, has to honor the concepts and the land use element that is in the comprehensive plan that has been vetted and discussed and more by a tremendous amount of people and experts. The rezoning that's proposed by this developer would be a tremendous deviation from the rural and single-family development pattern that surrounds this property, and it is starkly in derogation of the comprehensive plan. Madam Director said a while ago, we need to look at the whole area, and there's been a lot of discussion that I've heard about these adjoining parcels in phase 2 of this development. But so far, there has been none about the areas that are directly across the street from this property that we're talking about. And the development, and it's also directly adjacent to the Montessori school. And I think we would be remiss not to talk about how the comprehensive plan talks about interconnectivity and keeping with the community. And what is proposed here is starkly different from the comprehensive plan. The character area is suburban residential. The future land use designation is residential, suburban, single family. These properties are generally separated from commercial and industrial use. It is virtually impossible to make this cohesive between my client's property and the residential properties directly across the street on Buckhalter Road, and ensure there's interconnectivity
in keeping with the intended use of the properties of the families that I represent. There is a master plan that's been approved directly across the street.
We've got
and
a minute
adjacent
left,
to-
Ms. Hester.
How many?
One.
Oh, wow. There's going to be 551 parking spaces in that multifamily development. I think it's one thing to say this property is not going to be accessed off Buckhalter Road, but there's going to be a tremendous traffic impact from this development. There is, industrial is going to keep creeping and creeping north if we continue to have discussions about changing the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan is there to prevent this exact issue, which is industrial container stacking directly next to single-family residences, a school, and a community business that's been in this community for almost 100 years.
You got someone else that yielded you the time. What?
Okay.
So,
So I would like to just reiterate what Madam Director said, and this is not just about the Phase 2 property that Mr. Northup's talking about. It is about my client's property, Redgate Farms. You can, if you stand across the street on Buckhalter Road and you have a strong enough arm, you can throw a rock and hit a horse in the head. There are, farm animals right across the street. And, I mean, there's a reason why we have these zoning designations, and this is a tremendous deviation from the nature of the surrounding community. In the event that the rezoning is approved, I would ask that there be significant conditions to that approval, some of which have been talked about by Ms. Leto in her report, but that it seems to be surrounding the dialogue between Phase 1 and Phase 2. I would ask that the commission discuss and consider conditions that also protect my client's property across the street to the north of this development on the northern side of Buckhalter Road. This is, there has to be a buffer that protects not only the area between the school and the Phase 2 property, but also folks across the street. There has to be berms that are significant enough to protect noise and light pollution. There has to be mechanisms in place to prevent light infiltration and light pollution, even though they say it's going to be a stacking yard and all the lights are going to be at the warehouse. There's going to be security, measures that are taken. So all of these things not just impact the property directly to the east of this property, but also my client's property across the street, the residences across the street, the multifamily that's going to be going across the street. And there has to be a traffic study that in the whole area as a whole. I mean, things are so backed up out there now. I hear what everybody says about how this is not going to impact traffic. I think we would be remiss not to require traffic studies in the area that evaluate traffic in the area as a whole.
all right, thank you. That's your time. All right. And if I may just get clarification, sir, what was your name?
Bill Hammondtree.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Laura Mackey. And if I'm not mistaken, Sandra Howell yielded her time to you, correct? All right.
And my husband, Fred Mackey.
Mr. Mackey? All right, you've got
Yes.
6 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on my concerns for the rezoning of the south side of Buckhalter Road. My name is Laura Mackey. My husband Fred and I own the Mackey House on Redgate Farms. We have been operating a wedding and event venue for 25 years. My grandparents bought Redgate Farm in 1931, which is 83 years ago. There's much history that we hold sacred on our property and the adjoining land and farms that have been part of the Buckhalter community for many of these 93 years. We have access to artifacts that can prove that Redgate was an encampment during the Civil War for soldiers, and there's actually a cemetery that's on the property. We also had the first, I believe it was, black baseball team on Redgate that my grandparents donated the land for that to be part of the community for Savannah for years too. And if I'm not mistaken, I think one of our mayors played on that team. But anyway, there's much history that we hold sacred on our property and the adjoining land and farms that have been part of the Buckalter community for many of those 93 years. At the rate we're going, our historical community is quickly being lost. I was at the meeting at Chat and Carol Howard's house concerning the Rockingham Farms industrial development. The developer was there and stated, as I quote, "We don't want to hurt you and we just want to be a good neighbor," end quote. I do not believe that there were even one person at that meeting that believed even one word of that statement. If the developer wanted to be a good neighbor, he could have given at least a 200-foot buffer to the property owners and left all of the trees undisturbed on the properties. Instead, they left a 100-foot buffer that was mandatory and thinned out all of the trees and underbrush on that buffer. I believe they did that because they knew that the property owners would become very dissatisfied with the Rockingham Farms industrial development view from the property and would eventually do exactly what they are trying to do now, which is sell out and get out. I truly believe that most of the property owners did not want to leave their beloved homes. I also believe that they saw no way out. If the property owners truly had no more fight in them to stay, then maybe there could be some other options without changing the zoning. Most of the lots are 5-acre tracts, and there could be many possible higher-end home buyers that would love to purchase a large tract of land that is so close to Savannah, Garden City, and Pooler. With all of this being said, my husband and myself are totally in objection to the rezoning of the 10 parcels of land south of Buckalter Road. We feel that the proposed change in zoning could and will bring the same land strip as was done on the first warehouse project. We feel that we have a moral responsibility to try to save and protect the integrity of the Buckalter Road community from more encroachment from big business. The whole situation reminds me of the words that President Ronald Reagan once said, and I quote, "I am the federal government and I am here to help," end quote. Of course, we all know that President Reagan was being facetious. I understand and agree that development is and always has been a way to the future. However, we cannot allow commercial business to take over everything. We all see what is happening in the Savannah and surrounding areas with warehouse after warehouse after warehouse being built and beautiful acres of land being stripped of all trees and completely clear cut. We have a large development coming in soon that will abut the Mackey House at Redgate Farms with no road infrastructure to even support that development. There is also no updated traffic report, but the development is still going to happen anyway. I hope each of you will give serious thought as to what is best for our Buckalter community. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the next speaker, and that is, again, I pardon for missing the first name, but Howard is the last name. We ask that you state your name for the record, and sir, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Chad Howard.
Chad, okay.
It is kind of tough because I've been living close to the Smith Mackeys for probably 70 years. So this is a Hatfield and McCoy thing here. Mr. Attorney, I would like to ask you a question. When you first said something about zoning, you can't go from one zone to the other. What was that? When they were changing?
You speaking to me, sir?
Yes, sir.
I am not an attorney.
Oh, okay. You talk like one, so I'm going to give you credit.
I don't recall.
Okay,
what my
I thought
comment
there was something where, you can't go from one zone to the other without this and that, but it really doesn't make any difference right now. I'm a product of being out there on the farm for 40 years, and overnight we came to a point where we were eating smoke, sweeping out dirt in our houses, and we've been going through this for a year and a half. We went through this. We did everything we thought was right. We had meetings at our house county meetings. We had county officials, city officials, and we did everything we thought was right about changing this thing. And 2 days before I'm laying in a hospital saying, gosh, I wish I could be there so I could go through this. And I found out the next day, y'all put the Quahitas on this whole thing. But let me go over a couple of things that I feel like been misrepresented.
Mr. Howard, before you get going, let me remind you, you don't
Okay,
have but so much time left.
Well,
So-
I'm not going to go over the misrepresentation in this thing here that y'all wrote up. But Redgate is a half a mile. If you want to get from the Mackey House or all the other stuff, you got to go down a 40-foot dirt road. And they talking about traffic. The traffic is the 2,300 houses that are going next door to the Mackeys. It's not, has nothing to do with us. No traffic will increase on our property.
Okay,
The
Mr. Howard,
school is closing.
if you would,
Oh, I'll be
if you
back.
could wrap it up in a couple
I'll
of
be
seconds.
back, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, Eva Pappert, if you would state your name for the records, and again, you have 2 minutes.
My name's Ava Pappert. Thank you for letting me talk.
Yes.
The Mackey houses, I have this map right in front of me. They're over here. This is the Mackey house. This is Redgate Farm. We are all the way over here. There is a little farm right here, I will admit to that, but they're not being impacted by this right here. There's this giant forest right here, which is going to turn into apartments, I believe. It's already been sent that way. So if they're upset about something, it would be that, not a parking lot all the way over here. So otherwise, you guys have all these issues with the zoning between the residential and industrial when you've already approved it to go right here. And now all of a sudden we're getting really, really strict about a parking lot right here when you're putting a giant warehouse right here. So we're gonna suffer because, but mostly you're having higher standards about this little piece than you had for everything going on behind us. You switched us, there was a forest there when I moved there, and it turned into Savannah and industrial without all these protests the same way. So it's just at least match the standards for what you need for that is what is my biggest complaint. And then also, if you've even been there, all these parcels that are in phase 2 already have a warehouse going up behind them. That land has already been torn down, so it's not any different for them to have this property next to them being taken over in the same way. So I don't know if you guys have been to these properties, if you've seen it, but we're talking about a couple tiny houses right here would be all that's left versus, and these houses all right here already have a warehouse going. So nothing's changing for them. It's not drastically different. And the Mackey house is all the way over here. It's also not being affected by this right here. I walk these woods. I've been over there so many times. I know this land very well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zane Brock, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Zane Brock, got my wife to let me speak.
She didn't submit a speaker card to my knowledge, so. Okay.
Well.
All right. So we're going, let's.
You don't want to be on the wrong end of that conversation.
All right, let's run with your 2 minutes then.
All right. I appreciate the Mackey's comments, but yeah, their home is actually up here where this little pond is, up here. And that's like over a half mile off of Buckhalter Road. They did purchase, I understand, a property over here in the bottom corner, which was the old Horn property, about 13 acres with a derelict house on it. The school over here is also right next to another site that is part of the industrial complex going in behind us, and already knows that they're going to be impacted. Also, every one of the buildings are portable buildings. The school was never intended to be a permanent site. So talk has been on and off about where they're going to move or when they're going to move and whether or not they're going to even have school in that area every year. So that's not going to be an issue moving forward because at some point they're going to move. They're also sick and tired of the train blowing the horn every time they come by because they're literally sitting on the tracks. Also, in appreciation of Maggie's discussion, but where were they when Landmark started all of this stuff behind us with all our properties that are off of Buckhalter Road all the way to the back? The Smiths, even in Jared over here, you can throw a rock from their back door to the fence. That's how close they are to the property. I'm getting headaches because of dump trucks dumping their loads and butting forward, banging their back door to get all the dirt out because it's banging against I got a warehouse building behind my house, small one, and it's like beating on a drum. We're ready to get out of this hellhole. This is Atlanta 40 years ago. Y'all understand that?
Gotcha.
I lived through that. I got to Atlanta in '83. I watched everything that got built outside of 285.
That's your time. Thank you.
Can I say one last thing for you? Just 1 sentence.
You got 3 seconds.
The MPC's been aware of the purchase that's been going on for years, and for years back here trying to change the comp plan for that entire industrial section. So this whole thing, it's been known. All right.
Thank you.
We're ready to get out.
Thank you. Deborah Whitfield, if you still wish to speak, then you still have your opportunity. 2 minutes, if not. Okay, thank you. Henry Whitfield. If you would, please state your name for the record, and you, sir, have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, my name is Henry Whitfield, and we are property owners, and our property is about right here on Girard Avenue. We're between Girard Avenue and Chatham Park. We're on Chatham Parkway. I'm sorry, we're on Girard Avenue between Chatham Parkway and Buckhalter Road. And our concern is just what's happening out there in the area. I know you can't stop development, but looking at what we've heard today, we've heard about trailer parking. We've heard no access from Buckhalter Road, no industrial traffic. The traffic on Girard Avenue is already increasing. It is increasing quite heavily. My wife's parents have had property out there since probably the mid-'50s, and we have just seen a tremendous change, which you would expect over that number of years. We are not neighbors in terms of being within 300 feet, but we are interested property owners in terms of what's happening in the area, and we just want you all to do what's right. We've heard about sound walls. We've heard about a 200-foot vegetative buffer. We've seen some of those areas where they have not been a buffer. A buffer has been promised, but hasn't happened. If you look at what's happening on Veterans Parkway, what's happening on Highway 17, the changes that are out there, if you've got vacant land or space, people just want to use that now to park trailers. We'd like to see you all do what's right, and I'm just here as an interested, my wife and I are here as interested property owners. We just urge you to do what's right for all of these property owners. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you. I appreciate that you all are doing that, even though you are not immediately impacted. Elizabeth Shivas, I believe that's how you pronounce it. You're gonna, okay, thank you. All right, would the petitioner like to respond to public comment?
Yes, I would briefly. You've heard a lot of comments, and I appreciate everybody coming out and participating in this process, although I think that there are a few things that need to be rectified or addressed. The first thing is Ms. Hester does not represent all of the owners of Redgate Farms. Let's be very clear about that. There was a lot that was said about Redgate Farms is great, and it is a great place. I've been there, and it's beautiful. But she doesn't represent all of them, because some of the owners are in support. So let's just be very clear about that. Secondly, Ms. Hester mentioned that this would be a stark derogation of the comprehensive plan. I don't really see that so much. If you look at the comprehensive plan, you look at the future land use map in it, everything to the south of where we're talking about, the current Rockingham Farms, is actually called industrial light rather than light industrial. But it's very gray on the future land use map. So this would not be a stark derogation. Now, I agree that most of the things to the north of Buckhalter Road are suburban multifamily or suburban single family or planned community. One of the things that I heard too from Ms. Hester was that there's a development that's going in that's going to be a lot of multifamily. That's not us. That was approved last year, and it's a lot of multifamily and it's all north of Buckhalter Road. It's all this area with this pond. This whole thing and some of the, on the east side of Veterans Parkway is all gonna become multifamily. If you want to look at what's gonna contribute to the traffic on Buckhalter Road, it ain't us, it's gonna be that multifamily. What we are looking at is extending an area that is here that is already light industrial under the future land use map. We're asking to extend it up to Buckhalter Road, but we are not going to contribute to any of the traffic on Buckhalter Road, and I've already made that point very clear. So I don't think that any change to the comprehensive plan or the future land use map would be a huge derogation from what it says right now. I just don't think so. I think we've already made clear that as much as I respect the opinions of the Mackeys and Mr. Whitfield, you know, we've made clear that, you know, their properties are a little bit further removed from where we're talking about here. You know, and I understand that nobody likes to see change, especially if you've got a great setup. But the problem is you've got a lot of property owners who want this to go forwards. And they are, you heard Mr. Brock say, you know, we want this to go forward. This is something that we have chosen to do. Ms. Mackey said that she felt like in the meetings that the owners of these Phase 1 parcels had to sell out or get out, and they had no choice in the matter. That's not true. All of these people voluntarily entered into a contract to sell their properties, and they've been with us, you know, this whole time. We've been pushing this process through as we said we would. And so I would respectfully ask that they be allowed to sell their properties, and the only way that's going to happen is if this rezoning goes forward. And again, I'm happy to discuss figuring out the comprehensive plan issue. I think that sounds like it's more a process issue than anything else. But otherwise, I'd like the commission to consider approving this so that the rezoning can go forward.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody have anything for the petitioner? Okay. Hearing none, we'll now entertain a motion.
Well, could I ask a question of staff?
Absolutely.
First, I really want to thank staff for their work on this and the projects around it and the years of the Rockingham Farms, and appreciate that they're looking at the criteria and making a judgment on that. I think that with all of the public comment, it kind of goes back to what we started to talk about at the beginning of this petition, was that there was a process and a procedural issue at play here. That was the thrust of our staff's recommendation to deny. And hearing from the public and specifically the adjacent property owners, I think the consequence of not addressing that process and procedure with something better might be more dire than we think. And if I'm looking and reading the ordinance correctly, I believe that we could move forward with approval for the rezoning and have city council both consider the rezoning and a land and a comp plan amendment at the appropriate time at city council. What I'd like to be able to make sure of is that MPC staff be able to prepare a recommendation to city council, even though it may not come before this board. If I'm doing the math correctly about the kind of public notices that we would have to do if we were to say stop today, ask, or the city request or this body request that a comp plan amendment be vetted, come back to MPC, and then noticed in time for city council, we're looking at a June 22nd city council meeting where the rezoning would be considered. And hearing from the residents today who abut the property, I don't think that they want to wait until June 22nd to be able to close on these property deals. So I'm asking if, I think that the ordinance is clear that we're able to, but I'm just asking for a sense of my colleagues whether or not, if we move this petition and approve it, that we can ask city council to also address the comp plan issue at the same time with a a report and a recommendation from MPC at the city council meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir. Mr.
we
Irvin.
have the authority. I don't think we have the authority to tell city council what to do without us giving them a vote from this body to tell them this is our recommendation. And that's going back to my procedural issues. And I think that's our authority inherent to make the recommendation to council. Could we say to council, would you consider, but is that binding? No, I don't think that's binding on this board. I mean, I don't think that would be binding to city council, but I do follow your linear thought of where you're going with this, which is let's do patchwork in essence, and which goes back to my original statement, which is he could just buy the property right now if he wanted to. Bam, get it done, come back, let's do it. Let's meet next Tuesday, let's approve it, let's get this back on. It's gonna take 30 days to close anyway, unless they've already got the money going right now. Let's get the process right the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
But that's just me. Let's get it done the first time. Let's do it right. Let's not go back and piecemeal it.
Ms. Jarrett.
Let's get it right.
I tend to agree with doing the process right. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the buffer. We keep talking about this 40-foot buffer. When we went through the Rockingham Farms, we went to great lengths to make sure that we gave as much as we possibly could to assure that the residents who are here now, and this seems like a logical thing to me, but we aren't following the process. And those people who aren't involved need to have the same care taken for their properties as we gave for these properties when we approved Rockingham Farms. So the buffer can't be less than what it was for Rockingham Farms. And I think we need to follow the process. I would move for a continuance.
No, sir. That's not appropriate, sir. Mr. Noah.
I'm leaning toward agreeing with Ms. Jarrett for continuance. I think that, in my opinion, we're not quite there. This is the last hurdle before, if it were approved, to go to city council and be voted on. And the people that are being affected the most don't live in the city area. It's across the street. Beside them will be rezoned, most likely at some point. Behind them already is, and it's within the city, but yet across the street, across Buckhalter, is county residents who the city, I'm not saying they wouldn't take them into consideration, I'm sure they would, but there's just less, I'm just not sure that we're there yet. So I would tend to agree with Ms. Sum. And I know time is of the essence. I get it.
Mr. Welch.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make this clear. Do you want a continuance because of a buffer?
No, I want a continuance because they're not following the process with the comp plan. We need to have the comp plan changed before we can move forward with the rezoning.
I do think that, Ms. Jarrett, when you say they didn't follow the ordinance, I think it's clear that we didn't follow the process. I don't think that the petitioner had the ability to
I'm not sure whether it was.
So if we move to a continuance, I would strongly urge that we make notice that this body do whatever it needs to do to instruct, to get a comp plan amendment underway, that we make those notices as soon as possible, and if possible, when staff is able to do its due diligence, that we call a special called meeting if it happens before our next scheduled meeting, so that we can move with haste, because I do believe that it was a process step and a procedural step that we have missed, not necessarily the
Totally
petitioner.
agree.
I agree with that.
That's a fair position.
And I don't know who was at
Well,
fault
it
or
didn't-
how it
Yeah,
happened,
I
but
don't-
it
yeah.
just needs
A
to follow.
continuance, I don't
process.
think is what we need to do.
So yeah.
That's totally
At this point, we
stepping
can.
backwards 5 steps.
So, Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question? What do we need to do as a body to kick off a land map amendment review?
Mr. Irvin.
I would say first steps would be for us to coordinate with staff, and then we set a special call meeting. And I don't think they could probably pull it off within a week.
If I may, I will, the way that the ordinance is set up, we reserve the third Thursday of the month. It should be on your calendars for special call meetings, especially only to deal with comprehensive plan amendments. And that would be on the 18th. With today being the 2nd, we would have to, we need to have some time to do our due diligence in all fairness. I think that if the board is inclined to move forward with, and that's why we made the amendment the way that or our recommendation the way we made the recommendation. Should you decide to move forward, we recommended that the comp plan be amended. We recommended the 200 feet buffer. And one of the things you got to consider is they've indicated they're going to do a stacking yard. I mean, stacking yards can be really high. We don't have a FAR, which is a floor area ratio, or anything which deals with distance and height. So in a way, that's kind of a holding until they come up with the rest of their development strategy. So that is just to give you some understanding about what our thought process was. Stacking yards can get to be quite high. We will do what we need to do to go through the review. Again, the way that the ordinance is set up, you're noticing the way that we're set up on our website, that we would or can have a special call meeting on the 18th, but we would have to have time to do the review to make sure that we're talking to the property owners that are out there, because we do need to involve them in the process. If you're going to go through this amendment, the question becomes, do you want us to do the review, which would be my recommendation, for the area or just this site?
No, that would not be sensible in my personal opinion. For isolated just this site, it would definitely need to be the area.
Question?
Again, I think my question is, do we need to take a formal step to direct staff to begin the comprehensive plan amendment process? And can we set a date certain of our held third Thursday to be able to consider that amendment?
That's my issue as well. That's the question to you, Madam Director. Is it possible for us to go ahead and get a date certain and say, staff, you're now under the gun? I know they're already under the gun.
And
Can we get this done?
Is it at
And
all?
we can
Is it at all
focus on the
feasible?
first phase that they're looking at here.
Is that possible?
If I may,
Yes.
to me, the thing that makes the most sense would be to give us the opportunity to go through, do our analysis, and do the review. I know the owner might not want to hear this, but come back to you on the 13th, where we've had plenty of time to do our due diligence, because we literally only have just a few days before we get to the 18th. Have a recommendation for the comp plan amendment and for the rezoning. They both are done at the same time. The city manager has the purview to at least make a request to the council to do, first and second readings, and that would keep them close to being back on track if this moves forward. That would be what my recommendation is, so that we would have the appropriate time to do our due diligence. I don't want to go through this process with it just being a rubber stamp process without being fair to the people that live out in the community to do an honest review. We're not saying that,
I'm sorry, what date would that be that you're saying, Madam?
that would be on the 13th, which is
this month?
of June.
Of June.
And that would give us both the time to get the rezoning and the comp plan amendment. Then the manager can calendar it and can talk to the elected
Well, I know
officials.
it doesn't require a first and second reading
Oh, okay.
anyway, but that
Okay.
would push that timeline back into July.
Excuse me?
The timeline for city council would be July.
I don't have your council calendar, so I
And
don't
there
know.
are-
Is that
and there-
based off of,
and
is
there
that
are-
is that based off of items being able to get onto the agenda for the 22nd meeting, correct?
And I believe there isn't a meeting in the first, there is no first meeting in July, so that would mean that it would be in late July would be the first time city council meeting.
You have a meeting that is, hold on a second, I'm looking at your schedule. I just have it pulled up.
Mr. Manager, if we don't have to do a second reading of it, then
No,
we can just
no,
handle
sir,
it
we
here.
don't.
Okay.
Well,
So
you've
we
got,
can take that off your plate.
I was
it
just
does
going to
have to
say
go
that
to
you
the-
you have a meeting that's scheduled for June the 22nd.
I have a meeting that's scheduled for June 22nd, but to be clear, the things that come through MPC, we also have to notice and have a
Right.
proper notice
Right.
deadline. So
There's
they
a
can't
notice
just-
required, I'm sorry.
Can't,
Right.
it can't come back to back, right?
Right.
Which is why I, again, am just trying
Okay.
to see if we can constrain the critical path to be able to not rubber stamp, but do a quality review, give a quality recommendation, but not prolong this 8 more weeks, but see if we can dispense with this within the month. And perhaps that isn't possible or feasible. But if we move to the next MPC meeting, then the critical path gets extended to the right until late July at the earliest.
My question would be, is it-
Actually, I might have a suggestion that might be a win. I'm just looking at what dates we've got. So if we basically had a special called meeting on the 6th, which is on a Tuesday in June, that would give you plenty of time to notice it so that you could hear it on the 22nd.
Can somebody?
I just,
is that
I mean, we
con-
just counted the
Are you
calendar.
confirmed that I have plenty of time to notice that?
Well, I'm just, well, I'll put it this way. All I'm doing is counting the days. That's it, with regards to what notice is required.
Can I ask a quick question? Are we talking about coming before the MPC so that the MPC can initiate the amendment process or so that it can vote?
No.
Because I don't see it anywhere in the ordinance that says the MPC has to vote. It just has to be decided by city council. So if the MPC doesn't need to vote on an amendment to the comp plan, all it needs to do is initiate the amendment on its own. And I don't know if that would require a meeting or not.
So that goes back to my original suggestion, which would be, if we moved, if this body approved the petitioner's request, and then MPC staff, in partnership with city staff, did a comp plan review and provided that comp plan review recommendation to city council, and we could agendize both together, then the Savannah City Council could hear the recommendation and consider the recommendation for the rezoning, and also take up the matter of the comp plan, which is entirely within the City of Savannah Council's purview.
So,
And that's why and that's why if you look at what the staff recommendation, if you look at the staff recommendation, the conditions, it does just that. It says, if you decide that you want to recommend approval, we recommend that the plan be amended. We recommended the buffer and one other thing. I'm not looking at it right ahead. But that is why the condition is written the way that it's conditioned. It allows you to do both.
I don't want to wrench this thing any further than it is, but I do have a question in the event that the investigation and the due diligence is done by the MPC staff in stating their position in regards to the comp plan comes back and they do not agree that it should be what it is that we're talking about, and we have already approved this rezoning, then where are we?
Well, it would still go to the city council.
Exactly.
for
Well,
final
I
approval.
follow that, but I mean, then, it's almost a crunch to say, hey, city council, we almost vetted it ourselves by saying we rezoned it, and then for us to turn right around and say we don't agree from the comprehensive plan standpoint. So now we still not back in the same very corner that we started with. That's my question.
We were supposed to have this in February, am I right? Due diligence wasn't done, and y'all were supposed to meet in February. Never happened. So we're gonna put this off,
What I'm trying to
For clarity, what meeting? in
February? What was supposed to happen in February?
Weren't y'all was supposed to have a meeting?
We were initially supposed to come, we filed the petition in, I think, January, right after the properties were annexed.
Right.
And then there was some concern from staff that we wanted to have Mr. Smith's parcel included. So it took us a while to have a meeting, and then we had a meeting with Mr. Chris Wild had a meeting with staff, then we had the meeting with staff on March 23rd, then we had 2 meetings with Mr. Smith, and he ultimately said he would not agree to include himself. So, yeah, we've,
So that delay was at no fault of the bodies. It was just process and what you guys, everybody's trying to do their due diligence to make sure they do what they're supposed to do by the community as well as them.
Yeah, process and
Correct. Okay.
scheduling.
I just want to make sure that we didn't
That's
drop
right.
the ball on something that was supposed to be held that was not, and it doesn't sound like that is indeed the case in this instance. We're at the same juncture.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Isn't there a motion on the
Nope.
floor? No?
No, a motion is made yet.
I
Mr.
thought I made a motion. I made a motion
I
for
don't-
continuance.
I don't think there was a, it wasn't a motion, I didn't think. Yeah, and then
There was
it
no
wa-
second.
Correct.
Is a motion in order, Mr. Chairman?
If Ms. Jarrett's motion is indeed was presented as a motion, then yes, and then we would have to properly second and/or vote, and then if that does not pass, then that's what I'm saying. There,
But we got into a discussion immediately after I made the motion. So can I remake the motion?
you can restate the motion,
Okay,
and once you restate the motion, we'll wait for a second, and then we'll go from there.
I move for a continuance to the next regularly scheduled MPC meeting for the comp plan revision as well as the zoning change.
So the motion is on the floor by Ms. Jarrett to continue to the next regular scheduled MPC meeting for the revision of the comprehensive plan as well as the rezoning consideration.
And for clarity, before we go forward, this would, the continuance would allow the staff to do exactly what we're asking the staff to do anyway, but just on a longer time period than what was originally requested by Mr. Bowman. Right, so we're saying instead of it'll be the regular meeting instead of the special call meeting. Is that what we're saying?
That's what I'm understanding the motion to be. Is that what you intended, Ms. Jarrett?
Just so that you know, just to give you the dates, the next regularly scheduled meeting is May the 23rd. And then the meeting after that is June the 13th, just so that you all have those dates.
Does May 23rd give you enough time to do what you need to do?
No, there's no second to the motion at this time. And I think she's trying to get clarification on what that motion looks like from a date standpoint, because we are date certain. But I think it's pretty clear in the existing motion that it is the next regular scheduled meeting. And we all have our calendar of the MPC's regular scheduled meeting. So it's very clear that's going to be made at 23rd, just to state it for the record. So again, we have a motion on the floor made by Ms. Jarrett to continue this petition to the May 23rd MPC meeting in efforts for staff to address the comprehensive plan revision and the rezoning.
It's not time.
And there's-
Correct.
And there's a question, they were asking Melanie if May
Does that
23rd.
give you enough time to do?
I think Ms. Wilson stated very clearly, explicitly at the very beginning that I think it would be, she said June. So from my understanding, June was the June 13th meeting.
Well,
Correct
that
me if
was-
I'm incorrect.
That was the other meeting to get both of them done at the same time. If we wanted to try to move it up, then having that extra week, because we've got the holiday after that, maybe June, like on that Thursday, June 1st or June the 6th.
And that puts you till July that it gets to city, am I right?
Well, it won't be heard from council until July, possibly
Right.
late
I mean,
July. So that's where the stacking comes in, and we're back to the same point. But I think at this juncture, we just need to determine whether or not we're going to
Make it
approve with
happen.
the conditions, deny and/or second the motion that's on the floor.
May 23rd?
If you hear the case on the 1st, and as far as notices and things of that nature, I don't get involved with that. But I know that the next calendar meeting, if it's heard on the 1st, is on June the 22nd. So that's 20 business days.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I guess I'm gonna reenact my original role when I got here as parliamentarian. Point of order, we have a motion on the floor.
Correct.
The motion should either be second or it will be defeated.
Correct. So, yeah.
Point of order. Is there a second to the motion?
So is there a second to the motion that is currently on the floor?
Motion fails.
And that motion fails. Agreed. So now, is there another motion?
Question before we get to the motion quickly. Going to, I'm sorry, Mr. Mildren. Point of order, point of question on this is, with respect to item 1, the applicant applies for an amendment to the comprehensive plan prior to moving this agenda item to the city council for final approval. Will that still put them in place where they can move this forward in an expeditious manner? Because if we go ahead and approve now, if we take the alternative route and accept items 1, 2, and 3 as listed, and they apply for an amendment, will there be enough time for them to still be done timely? Because
And I think that's where all the hangup is happening, because council is
City
of concern.
council can do what they would like to do.
Okay.
That's something I don't control.
So, let me make a motion.
Please.
My motion is that we approve the requested map amendment, subject to items 1, the applicant applies for an amendment to the comprehensive plan prior to moving this agenda item to city council for final approval. 2, a 200-foot densely landscape buffer around the residentially zoned properties. And 3, a recombination plat would be required.
So your recommendation, your motion on the floor is that we, as staff outlined those 3 conditions
We
with
approve it,
approval.
and we go with those 3 outlines.
Okay.
One issue is that the applicant cannot submit a map amendment application because the applicant doesn't have control of the properties.
And I withdraw the motion, subject to, let's back up, with respect to the properties that he has under his control. Can we do it that way? And you're saying yes. I'm sorry, my mic is on. Let me make sure I get this right.
It is what it is.
I'm concerned about phase 2.
It is what it is.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm concerned about phase 2. But the issue is, can we move this forward with an amendment to the comprehensive plan that would be comprehensive, phase 1 and phase 2?
No.
I was just going to say that if we move forward and the applicant asks for an amendment for his properties, we're going to look at all of it.
Okay.
We're not just going to look at just that property.
So we're automatically going to get the
So
end
it
result that we
automatically
want.
triggers us looking at
There you
all
go.
of it.
That's what I wanted. Okay, so
So your motion is?
my motion is back on the table that we approve the requested map amendment concerning this parcel 1, with the recommendations of staff with items 1, 2, and 3 as stated previously.
Okay, so the motion, just so we're clear, the motion on the floor made by Mr. Irvin is that we approve the petition with staff's, regarding phase 1 of this petition, with staff's conditions that are outlined in their recommendation. Any discussion on that motion?
Why do we have process?
We're in it. We're in it. We're in it. And and we can ask that question all day. If we don't take it, if we don't do it the first part, if we don't do it in the first time, we have to do it again anyway. So again, let's continue. Do we have a second?
I just have a question on clarity. So on point 1, you were saying that you can't do it. Are you referring to phase 2 that you can't do that for?
Yeah, I can't do it with phase 2 because I don't
Okay,
have
so
any- I can do it with
so
phase
this still
1.
will be appropriate,
The only thing
provided
I-
it's just on phase 1.
The only thing I don't understand is if I make an amendment, if I file a motion for an amendment to the comp plan as to phase 1, which I can do, and Ms. Wilson says that they can look at all of it, phase 1 and phase 2, I don't know how that translates into a change in the comprehensive plan for both Phase 1 and Phase 2?
When we do a
But
comprehensive
I think-
plan, when there's a comprehensive plan amendment
Right.
that someone files for, we look at the parcel that is impacted, but we also look at the surrounding area.
Okay.
If we find that the surrounding area is consistent with even your request, we change the land use plan for all of it. We don't just deal with your property
you can-
because we're not trying to do
That's fine.
piecemeal.
Is it-
I
you
just
can
need somebody to
supersede-
initiate, that's
Right.
correct.
You can supersede my amendment, my limited Phase 1.
That's
amendment.
correct.
Got it.
That's correct.
Okay.
When you start, and that's one of the reasons I was encouraging you when we spoke earlier at our previous meeting to go ahead and apply for an amendment, because that would have given us the opportunity to look at all of it. And if you were trying to move forward with your phases, as I said, that does not impact their property values, but it makes it easier for you to move forward if you come back later for rezoning of those other properties.
Then if I
Ms.
may,
Wilson,
I will second the
Hold on a
motion.
second. Right. I was going to try to get one more question, and this is just.
I will temporarily
You know what?
rescind my second.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, well, go ahead. The motion has been. The motion was that. So, right. So I guess my question is, so there is a motion that was made by Mr. Irvin in regards to Phase 1 of this petition to approve it with the conditions that are outlined in the staff recommendation, and that was seconded by Mr. Coles. Okay? I guess my only question, and this is not to belabor, we are going to take a vote on this said
Do you have a second?
motion. Yes, I have a second. I wanted to just get one more piece of clarification from Ms. Wilson. In taking the action, and we are looking at the entire area, if you find that changing the comprehensive plan is indeed feasible and makes sense, I just wanted to be clear and understand the notification process of the property owners within Phase 2, and how does that impact them?
Well, honestly, what we would do if this moved forward would be, we would probably do a circle that was either a half mile around the site. That's why we would look at all of it, what's going on there. We'd look at the road network, infrastructure, things of that nature. And if it is appropriate, because of the activity that's going on the south side of Buckhalter Road, to change that zoning or change that land use designation, then we will do it in those areas. And we will also revisit the areas north of Buckhalter Road, where you've had residential, which was allowed based on the plan, but, you know, a little bit more intense than you probably would have envisioned, to make a note that that has occurred as well. So, yeah, we would do that review. The reason that I was trying to get a little bit more time was so that we could have appropriate notice for, because it's a process that we go through as if we were, you know, to let people know. It's all about the transparency of all of it. And we would basically let them know that we were looking at making this change and give them an opportunity to contact us with feedback.
And that was really the basis of my question, because I wanted to ensure that, number one, they get the process to be notified, but in the event that it is actually changed from what it currently is and the difference from what the existing is, then what does that look like for the Phase 2 owners?
Well,
And that's where I was trying to get clarification, because it looks different. If I'm currently residential and then I get turned to a industrial because the MPC and or whatever governing body takes a position and says, okay, we need to take a look at this and we change the comprehensive plan, but I still own the property. And I don't want it to feel like the property owners have been handcuffed and now have no choice but to sell their property because we determined it to be something else, and they still currently own the property. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I think that you're concerned about non-conforming, and that would be one of the things that would be a concern, just because you don't have residential and industrial. However, we've got a lot of non-conforming conditions. You heard a case earlier today where you have a zoning that takes place and you've got a use that's there. You know, the person can sell their house and keep selling it, and as long as it's a single-family use, they would be okay. So there's no forcing to get them to sell or do anything. It's just saying that the appropriate use based on the activity, if that's what's charged, is that.
And that's what I wanted to be captured
That's
for.
it.
That's what I wanted to be captured for the record. So that's perfect. Okay, let's enter a vote. And the motion, so we can state it, I just want to state it one more time so everybody's clear. The motion on the floor was made by Mr. Irvin and seconded by Mr. Coles, that this petition is approved regarding phase 1 of this petition to, with staff's recommendations as outlined, it was staff's condition as outlined in their recommendations. We're done with the discussion on it. Ms. Bowles, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes, and let me be very clear on my yes. I'm not jettisoning the issue of procedure and process. It's just I think we're delaying the inevitable if we vote no. So I'm going yes.
Thank you. Ms. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
No.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
And I vote no. Can you give me that count, Sally, please?
Well, can I ask, the mics weren't on, I don't know if Ms. Bowles was? No. No? And Coles?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses, 1, 2, 3, 4 noes.
Okay. So the motion carries and it is approved with the conditions as outlined in the staff review.
If I may, for clarity, just for the applicant, just so that he knows, we need to have a date certain with regards to, I will commit that we will do our best to have the review and analysis by the 23rd, with the understanding that we may have to have a special called meeting that will take place before the 1st, so that we can get this done.
23rd of which month?
Of May. We will do our best to get it done by May 23rd, but if not, it'll be done, we hope to have it done on 1st of June.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you all for your patience. So move on next to the item. All right, if right, if we can please, I want to try to get this meeting wrapped up. So if you all would please quiet down, and if you all would move out to the hallway, no problem. Okay, next item on the agenda is zoning text amendment. It's section 3.2, public notice procedures. Petition number 23-001-583. 1 second, Mr. Lotson.
Yes, sir. All right, take care. See y'all.
Okay, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And this should be fairly brief. It's kind of a procedural matter, but let me give you a little bit of background. This is a text amendment to section 3.2, which is the public notice section. During the 2022 legislative session at the Georgia State Legislature, a bill was adopted, House Bill 1405, which resulted in changes to the zoning procedures law that are applicable to local governments. So that's really what we're doing here. The city, after that adoption was made on the state level, worked with an outside zoning and land use attorney to review those changes and incorporate those into the city ordinance. So that has been presented for an amendment to the zoning ordinance to do that. Is basically 2 proposed additions to the ordinance. The first change affects section 3.2.5C3, and that's related to the timing of published notice requirements. Essentially, what it says is that for certain boards and certain types of reviews, including variances, which will go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, special administrative permits, special exceptions, and conditional use permits, which we really don't do here, but and other similar permits are going to now require a minimum 30-day public notice. That's a little bit different from the way we do things now in terms of our public notice procedure, so it will lengthen the process somewhat, and we will have to adjust our calendars for those boards that fall into these categories. in order to be compliant with state law. The second section is really a section that only applies to municipalities. So it's about notice procedures, how many meetings have to be had, when they have to be had, how many days apart they have to be had, and what time they have to be. But it doesn't apply to a property owner who's bringing forth a rezoning request. It only applies to a city, for example, like when we were going through the NUZO process and the city was proposing zoning changes, it would apply to that. So I'll just show you this. So again, it's kind of a administrative cleanup or opportunity to become compliant. And as you see here in the red is the proposed language. So it talks about the Zoning Board of Appeals, Savannah Downtown Historic District Board of Review, and Historic Preservation Commission applications for variances, special administrative permits, special exceptions, conditional use permits will require a 30-day published notice prior to the public hearing. So that's the change that we will have to make internally and start proceeding in that way. The other portion of it, and this is really related to changes in zoning that are proposed by a city, municipal government, that change single-family to multifamily or eliminate single-family zoning. So if you've been following this on a state level, this is happening all over the place. The state of Georgia and some other states are really getting concerned about the elimination of single-family zoning, which is happening in some states, mostly on the West Coast. But this really, essentially, if that is going to happen, provides for a much longer and more prescriptive process for the city to do it. It requires a lot more public notice than under the current law. But again, in this subsection at the end, it states that it shall not apply to zoning decisions for the rezoning of property from single-family to multifamily when the rezoning is initiated by the owner or the agent of such property. So most of the stuff that we see day to day that comes to this board, that will not apply to, but if the city decides to do some wholesale rezoning within their limits or either eliminate single-family or change single-family to multifamily, then they'll be required to go through this longer process. And that's really what that's about, but I'll answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Noah.
You stated municipalities. This does not apply to, and I
I'm
may have
sorry.
missed it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're
well,
right. I use that term, but it does apply to county governments as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for staff?
Move to approve.
We skip. We don't make nobody in the public.
Second.
Anybody online?
No, I'm just kidding. No, so because we don't have anybody in public, I'm going to take that as a serious motion. Although, I mean, do we have a second?
Cole, second.
Okay, Mr. Coles. I'm sure there's no discussion on said motion. We'll do a voice vote because I think we're all ready at this point. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. We move into the next item on the agenda is presentations. There are none listed. However, in other business, I have two quick things. Number one, I want to apologize for not acknowledging this at the beginning of the meeting. We lost a commissioner, District 2, Larry Gator Rivers, and I wanted to take a moment to make sure that we do at least acknowledge another public servant who has served, diligently, and we acknowledge the service and acknowledge the passing of such a great individual that contributed to our community. And then, so we'll move past to the next thing on the agenda. Well, excuse me, not next thing on the agenda, but the other point in other business. As you all are aware, we discussed wanting to address the modifying our bylaws to make sure that we can serve and perform more efficiently. I passed out the document. Everybody was emailed the document to take a look, but I'm sure nobody has really jumped in and gave a thorough look just yet, potentially. Very few, I should say. They came with some recommendations from staff, So if you all would peruse those things, but come next meeting, I would love for us to start taking some action to actually get these things modified. I don't want to do the long lead process and have a committee, and then the committee has to report back to this body, and then subsequently come back and have to go through that whole arduous process. So if everybody would, please, as a member of this body, take a glance, look at the notes, make notes where you see that where there's process that we need to be addressing in these bylaws, and submit those by the next meeting, which is the May 23rd meeting. That would be greatly appreciated, so that we can at least start to try to incorporate those things, have some further discussion, and get this stuff in place. And I would ideally would like to consider doing the same thing with our procedural manual, just so that we can operate at our best and optimal capacity. Get your mic, please, sir.
One of the things that I would like to see would be that when we are issuing rulings on matters, we have little footnotes to see how we ruled in the past.
Yes.
Because I want us to be, as a body, not just predictable, but consistent with what we do.
That's
Correct.
right.
And I thought about that today as we were sitting here going through this.
Yes.
If we had some footnotes as to what we did in the past, that would sort of give us some guidance. That way we are predictable and we're consistent.
And on the Rockingham Farms, it was two different things, but they still were the same.
Yeah, that works.
Right, 'cause-
That works. Mr.
One
North.
last item for the good of the order. Can we ask staff to look at our notification process? I believe that the city has maybe a little more stringent or hardy notification process, and I would like it to be countywide, so we're notifying property owners the same no matter where, and also homeowners associations when they're known. And it is the responsibility of those associations to I don't even know if we still have the database that we once had at MPC with HOAs, but just for the record, if we could look
I
into
will
that.
say, if I may, that I've talked with the county manager about the notification process, and the counties need to amend their ordinance, just like the city did today. They've been very proactive going through this process. And as far as the HOAs, if there is a change, I will put it out to the universe that you need to let us know if there are new officers with your HOA, so that we know who to send information to. And last but not least, I passed out the Citizens Guide to Government to a number of you. It's a booklet that basically has all of the elected officials that are currently in office. It has emails, contact information, things of that nature that you can use. And if you've got staffs that they can use with regards to knowing who they need to contact if they've got questions about anything. We will have this up on our website. I've sent it already electronically to the city and to the county so that they can post it on their websites as well.
And as far as the HOAs, I don't think there's a true, is there a who we should notify and who we shouldn't, as far as the county with HOAs? I don't think it's mandatory that we notify, but I think with the city, it is at least.
Yeah, so basically
the
the way it
pattern.
works is that in the city ordinance, when it was updated a few years ago, we outline each application type and what the notice procedure is for that type of application. And who we notify is also part of that. Now in the county, it's different because there's not as, neighborhood associations in the traditional manner. We do have contacts for some HOAs, and often when there's a rezoning or something, if we have an HOA contact, then we will notify them. It's not prescribed in the ordinance, but that's where you're going, I think. So that'll require a text amendment to create a public notice sort of section for the county ordinance, so we can do that.
And I agree with you, Mr. Noah. I think as a layperson, the layperson has no clue of what we are bound to on each thing. So if they may be talking to a friend in another community and saying, well, we didn't get notified. So I would agree.
Well, exactly, and let me just add to that, because I think, I don't remember how long ago, we had a discussion about all the text amendments, and our homework was to come back and say, is there anything that you'd like us to change, which we did, and one of them was about notice.
Right.
And we were talking about expanding the distance, so we just have to do better about that.
Yeah, and for consistency's sake, I know we get to determine certain things, and we have oversight within our immediate context and in some situations, but we also want to make sure in that process we are not going well above and beyond what the state requires. So we still got to take that stuff into consideration, and I'm sure staff has, but I just wanted to reiterate that.
Right, and I just wanted to, I'm glad that you said something about having footnotes about what we've decided before, because what we heard today was words like biased and arbitrary and capricious.
I mean, we're going to always hear that because that's just a part of this process.
Well,
So,
I before they said it,
yep. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
If that's it,
Second.
we have motion to adjourn. All right, move. There we go.